stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh,
Hello everybody and welcome to the LPL. This marks day number 7 of the LPL 2024 Spring Playoffs. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymera as we crest the 1 week of playoffs mark and head into round 4.
It has been, I'm not going to say grueling, it hasn't been quite like that because it's been enjoyable. Of course it's enjoyable, but the games have absolutely been one after another, haymaker one after another. Although yesterday was actually fairly quick by our standards.
Yeah.
Our first 3-0. JDG, their first series in playoffs, wiped Weibo clean.
Yeah, and we head into our 7th series now, BLG versus NIP. And NIP making it really by the skin of their teeth in their first series against WE, and then starting to warm into things, looking clean against FPX, showing that they have a very clear understanding of the early game and showing that they are bringing a lot of prep into these series. And now we've got to hope that they can carry that momentum forward because they're up against the best today. BLG with the best split record in the history of this format is their opponent. That's going to be tough. But one player I have faith in coming into this one is Aki. The man has bounced back. He had to go up against Milky Way in his previous series, and boy did he step up to the occasion.
Yeah, so if there's one player we need to talk about in terms of a big difference from NIP, is that their jungler took an incredible amount of pressure on his shoulders and did so well with it. You saw into the last series of the game, he just kept going further and further. But NIP as a whole, the way that they went through this series was great. First game we saw that rookie got his Ahri. He's one of the very best Ahri players in the world. They snowballed to that victory, and it really felt like FPX. That was a bit of a draft misread. The other ones I just feel like NIP just bluntly outplayed.
Yeah, it feels like there was a lot of outplay coming out from NIP across the series. Definitely in terms of draft, I feel like they had some really solid stuff going their way. But also the way that they systematically shut Milky Way out of this series. There was that early game of game number 2 where Milky Way really felt like he was impacting, he was powerful. But the rest of the series felt like NIP were fully in control of these early games.
Absolutely, and you can see that basically across all of these different clips we've got their victories at different points in the game as well. Particularly game 4, they had a very intricate lane swap, which we'll talk a little bit more as we come through it as well, because of course the next thing we'll dive into is a bit more of above Aki as an individual player. But NIP as a whole, they won in late game, they won in early game, they won in draft. But particularly on Aki, game 4 took up like 5 jungle bans. He laughs as the Vi's banned away from him in game 4, then locks in the Poppy to smash out the early game.
He certainly did. You can see him reacting on the camera as he gets that target ban as well. As that final Poppy locking comes through and Rookie giggling away as well. But then we saw this lane swap come on through. Aki leading the charge on this one as he was there to get first blood.
No, I actually cannot believe that he's against Milky Way, the rookie of the split, one of the best junglers in the entire league, tanks up so many different bans, and then has an early game like this and just slams through. I mean, look at the timer at the top of the board. There's not even 3 minutes on the board just yet. I think that game had 5 kills in 4 minutes in the very early stages of it. A lot of that was due to Aki and his presence on the map. Also, shout out to Dwarf for the lane swap. Apparently, the reason why they've been playing this is because they ran into it in solo queue as well.
Yeah, apparently in solo queue. I don't think that this is something they discovered in solo queue, to be honest, because they did it earlier in the split against TT as well. If you're really interested in that level 1 strategy specifically, go check out Kelsey Moses' YouTube channel. She's got a video talking about that lane swap. Really good stuff. Let's talk about BLG though, because they're coming in off of the back of an incredible 2023. This will be their first playoff series, and this will be the series where they have a chance to prove that the swap they made during off-season was an upgrade. Yagao out, Knight in, and despite the fact that in 2023 they had the best split of this format at 30-7, well, this split they went 30-5. So far, they got the Spring MVP in Knight as well. Unfortunately, they can't match the rest of 2023's results just yet because we're not that far into the year yet, but they've beaten every other category.
And yeah, there is a real, there was an upgraded offseason. Just say that, yeah, I mean, Knight is, in a lot of ways, the mid lane go of the LPL. At least he has been of the last era of it. This guy is such a game changer and a team changer, and you can absolutely see from the way that BLG play, there are some games where Knight just takes things by the scruff of the neck and just says, okay, right, we're carrying this one.
Well, we'll see if he can continue to carry this one as well. Let's take a look at some of the B-roll as well as we've got to look towards how this team functions, right? How this team is able to work together, as a lot of it off the back of just dominant laning phases, right? Knight being able to have that mid prio off the back of an evade from Shun earlier on, being able to find the kill onto Tien, and these clips are against big teams as well.
Yeah, and again, the big thing from BLG and what we want to highlight with these kind of clips on screen is that they don't just win in any one way as well. There are games where they smash the early game and they first blood you in your own jungle. There are games against JDG where they can win clutch out in the late game. Even against FPX as well, you can see that they have massive team fighting impact from any point in the game. They snowball, they smash you in early game, and even if you get ahead of them, they clutch it out. That is why they were 30-5 in this split. It feels almost impossible to go up this team and completely shut them out of the equation. They lost one series to Invictus Gaming somehow, somewhere, and I still look back at that and think, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
Because the team is so unreally dominant across this split.
It's also the fact that IG then fell off pretty hard from that point. It was like the most LPL series loss we've ever seen, honestly. Yeah, BLG, they're looking pretty good, and they also still remain with 100% win rate if they're ahead at 15 minutes. It's just them and Top Esports still with that statistic. Let's take a look at the top lane, though, because we've got a player up there who managed to get first on the All Pros. It's Bin. You know, been there, done that, to take your pun there, but I really want to point out on these statistics, like CSD, goal difference 50, first in the league. Like, he is dominating those laning phases. If you give him that space, he will take over. But then, second most solo kills in the league as well. So if you contest him, he'll still take over. And the lowest jungle proximity in the lead as well means that he's doing this all by himself.
And that's so important for this team, because BLG, they have largely focused around kill lanes, bot lane for a lot of this split. It hasn't been all of it, but the fact that Bin is just sat there quietly, and in some ways it is quiet, it's an incredible advantage, but just compared to the explosion on the bot side of the map, Bin just does it by himself, and you know he will have just huge impact that way. So it's right to talk about him here, because he just really does have this kind of unseen threat on the top side until it's too late. He has too much gold, and then he does stuff like this.
Yeah, sometimes he just destroys people. And the thing is, like, BLG are always there. This is kind of the conversation we had with Aki, right? Where he was so willing to go in on OMG and whether or not the rest of his team would continue to follow up. BLG are definitely a team that when they're going in, they're going in. Like, Bin makes that play, immediately Elk and Knight are there to follow up on the play and turn it into a fight win. And obviously they're just so far ahead at that point. They can win a 3v5, which definitely helps. But let's talk about Knight. Let's talk about the champion that was just on the screen there for Knight, because he's stepping onto the stage against Rookie today. And these are two of the best Ahri players in the entire world.
And I cannot talk about these players enough when it comes to this champion. The last time they faced, actually NIP let through games of Ahri against Knight's Ahri. I fully believe he is the best Ahri in the world, and the stats are absolutely ridiculous. Rookie, though, might be second or third on the list. The stats are ridiculous. They're both 100% win rate. They both have absurd KDA. Knights, I have no idea how he manages to get that. But while all this is happening, they're getting great damage out, they're snowballing the game, and that stat right at the bottom, it's a fun one for me. I love Medjai's on Ahri, but the fact that both of these players get so far ahead of the game and snowball so consistently that they're buying Medjai's pretty much every game should show you how confident they are in their own gameplay and how safe they can stay while still remaining active. Both of these players have such great highlights in this champion. I'm hoping that we do get to see at least one game of it today. We did see NIP let it through in the regular season. It's a best of 5. It wouldn't surprise me to see a couple of the games get through. I would expect it to explode after that point.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie is exceptional on Ahri, but the fact that Knight has won more games on Ahri professionally than Rookie has played tells you a lot about how good Knight even is there. And speaking of, Knight was our MVP from this split this year. He's been dominant in every single laning phase. He has been taking over on behalf of BLG. Let's take a little look into a bit of a montage of some of his best moments.
机会踢过来了，哦，这一波的话连死2个人，专门助国豪 ，Night 的 R， 哦哟，这一波 Night 漂亮，过来救一下呀！过来救，能救到吗？可以给一个护盾，感觉是有机会救到，而且这一波好像我也第一时间的爆发，第一时间把红给秒掉了，再往前打，阿斌透了一个队友的护盾之后，由 Night 拿到了双杀。 再往前推球推到对方2个人，而且这一个 Krago 还被石给踢回来了。
立刻要给你上一课！
应该 内内等文文走过来，而且内内在上半区找一个非常好的
这波
位置，
有机会直接 R3 个闪现，直接绽放控3个。另外，电头这里直接拉球就让对面先倒下来了，两边散开逃跑，但是被各自追击。
威胁到他，链子链入了辅助，但效果一般般。盲僧的血量也比较残，摸一下队友，没办法被一个闪电给链在了地上。徐强行狙，给惩戒击杀了索拉卡。杰克拉夫且战且走，他的血量已经很低了，奈特到了他的脸上，但是杰克拉夫已经滑不开动了，被奈特先踩，再加一个迅捷不法。
前面的勋，阿明奈的摇铃神技结束，跳进去晕到了，后面的两个人被对面打晕了以后，交出闪现还是被狐狸给收掉了。这边继续的追击，打出一个下档以后 ，L 哥非常的能打，而且跑得很快，小罗不想继续追，有一个熊在跟着 L 哥跑，但是已经没有后续的伤害了。再来一张黄牌，这样的话做最后的收尾，拿下4杀奈特。
Deserved MVP. A lot of people challenging the fact that Knight was the MVP of the league, but when you look at his laning stats, when you look at the presence he brings to every single game that he plays, I think it's deserved.
Oh, yeah, I think that, you know, you look at the short list of what I think Navi's up there, I think Milky Way was up there. You could argue a couple of different players on that list, right? But for me, Knight is so far ahead of the rest of the competition in his role and in the way that he plays the game. Teams play differently with Knight because he warps the way that you can play it from draft, from laning phase, and in team fights. It doesn't matter what he's on, he's always going to have an impact. And for me, he would have been my pick for MVP as well. These guys have an absolute monster split on a monster team. The monsters themselves showing their faces as they walk out onto the stage.
It's time to see these players step into the limelight once more. The best split we've ever seen in this format. And only IG, the ones able to ruin the perfect split for them. I mean, just 5 losses across the split. Just 5. That is unbelievable. And this is a team that the second they get a lead, it's just over. They end games so quickly, so efficiently, so ruthlessly. And when you consider the success that they had in the previous year, no, you're meant to sit on the stage, man. You can't go into the audience.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I lost track of what I was saying, honestly. Should just throw me for a loop.
It's just a new kind of jungle pathing. That's the one. Yeah, he's gone for a stage invade.
Oh god. Speaking of the jungle, we've got the king of the jungle in an elk. Not quite. Elks don't really go in the jungle, but then neither the lions. I never got why lions were called the king of the jungle. But yeah, BLG, absolutely absurd this year. Pretty absurd last year, but unfortunately for them, JDG existed. Now this year, they come in, they take JDG's all-star mid laner for their own. They beat their own record and the LPL record in the regular split. And now they enter best of 5s, and you just know they're going to be coming in swinging.
Oh, this team. They are a team to be afraid of. NIP, though, they have shown a remarkable amount of confidence and courage. This team, a lot of people were questioning how good this team really was, and I think there were some rightful concerns there. Coming out of regular split, particularly the first half, they looked great, but the second half they fell off hard. Cannot understate, though, how much they have grown, how much individually they've grown, and more importantly, as a team, NIP, you know, they've absolutely showed up to a level we haven't seen from them before against Funflux Phoenix, a team those people would have thought would be here after regular season. You know, we have our top 4 locked now. We have BLG, NIP, of course, on the other side of the bracket, we have Top Esports and JDG as well. I think before the split, if you'd asked people what a top 4 would look like in the LPL, you may have included these 4 teams. NIP may be a bit of a question mark in there for teams like LNG or Weibo, but I don't think people will be, you know, hugely surprised at the start. I think if you ask people at the end of regular playoffs, a regular season though, maybe they would have been a bit more questionable in that outcome though. However, they have truly earned this top 4.
They have. They've made it to the double elimination at this point, and through the power of momentum, honestly, like that first series against WE, literally barely making it through, almost losing in that 4th game of the series, almost giving it over to WE. But then going into their 2nd series, they leveled up. They showed a clear understanding of how to snowball games, of how to find advantages against FPX. And that is going to be crucial today. I feel like the skills that they showed us in that FPX series are the exact skills that they are going to desperately need in this matchup. And I think one of the players we've got to look to, we already talked about both mid laners Ari play. I think that mid lane matchup is crucial. Rookie is having the best split we've seen in a very long time, but so is Knight. These are two of the best mid laners in the history of the LPL, and they are both in such great form coming into this series. Mid prio is always important, but in these early games, who wins out that matchup is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and you know, as a mid laner myself, nothing gets me more excited than a matchup like this of players which love to get active early. They are the two players really within the LPL that do have real focus on laning phase. I think that, you know, Rookie's laning phase was absolutely destructive versus Care, who had nothing. No real leg into that matchup. I mean, there was one good level 1 ASOL player from him, but besides that, really felt like what dominated the last series that he was playing from the laning phase. And actually, the last time that we saw Rookie versus Knight as well, we did see that Rookie pushed Knight in the laning phase. He couldn't capitalize on it, but it started there. Now, if NIP can push in the laning phase, even against, you know, the MVP of the league, the best mid laner in the league, in Knight, if they have the team play to capitalize on that, and Rookie has himself some more specialty picks prepared, it wouldn't surprise me to see BLG get sucker punched at some point in this series. Question is, though, what champions they need to do that. Currently, we've seen Rookie have great games on the Talia, the Ari, and the ASOL. Those three picks, I think, are great for him. One, in some cases, scaling in the likes of ASOL, but all of them get out of the lane. I need to see him have more picks where he isn't just target banned straight from draft.
You've got to remember as well, BLG, coming in as the higher seed here, will have side selection for the first game. I would not be at all surprised to see them take the blue side, so they can ban a couple of these mid laners, maybe leave something like the Ari open, potentially go for a first pick for Knight there. Whether or not they want to first pick Ari is a different question. You know, we've seen teams succeed and fail with that strategy. But I think in this mid lane matchup, it could be worth prioritizing that.
I think they did a regular season, which is why I mentioned it just a little bit offhand. I'm thinking, well, you know, it could get banned. But what if it doesn't? I mean, the last time that we saw it, Rookie played LeBlanc into it. He thought that the LeBlanc was the answer. Did well in the laning phase, couldn't capitalize on it. So, yeah, I wonder if blue side could actually be a mid lane first pick meta because we have these two players. I think they're confident enough to do it.
Now, I don't think this will come through, but you know what I'd love to see into it? Zed. And Zed versus Ari. That's the classic.
Man.
That's like, takes me back to like Season 2, Season 3. Just imagining like, you know, XPK there, up against Faker, doing the crazy maneuvers, like outplaying everyone.
Do you remember the XPK Dade outplay with the Talon Z outplay? Those are the days, man.
Yeah.
So, funnily enough, I was thinking back to this in the last series we saw Rookie in because, so for these who don't know, again, it's just another Ari day, another Ari topic. So Rookie always plays the Foxfire Ari skin, and I remember this because I remember watching him back in Season 4 playing that very same skin as well. And I think he was always I'm trying to remember if he was a Shockblade Zed enjoyer as well. Well, back then Zed didn't have as many skins either way, but feels like a lot of these players over time, there are a couple of them which just have a real connection to the certain aesthetics of it as well. And you know, considering that we do have, you know, the Ari back in meta after all this time, it feels like history, it carries itself in this matchup just a little.
It certainly does. One thing I do want to talk about as well is like some of the statistics coming in for BLG, because I know we've already talked about the win streak they've been on, that it's a record-breaking split in general, but when you look at the stats between these two teams, because NIP's team stats are really not that bad at all. Like, they're first in the league for first blood percentage, they're first in the league for Rift Heralds as well. They've got a couple of good stats for themselves. However, when you look at BLG, they're first in the league for first towers, first dragons, goal difference at 50, kills at 15, bloodiness, which is basically how often they fight, win rate with a lead at 15 as well. They're still in first at 100%. The first few minutes are going to matter as we head into the matchup. BLG on the blue side, they do ban out that Talia, as well as Nautilus and Rumble.
So, the last of Rookie's kind of like super roaming picks has been that ASOL, but I don't know whether you can blind pick, well, or rather pick that against Knight that easily at all. It feels like his laning phase is just incredibly powerful. Thing is about BLG though, they have focused more so than any other team in the LPL on kill lane's bot side. This Kalista, not every team plays it well. They do it some of the best in the world.
And I think it's important to mention that Kalista has really not been that popular in the LPL across the split. Like, we've got a few select teams that have been willing to play it. A lot of teams just shy away from this and just ban it. BLG, a team that's very willing to go for this. They're also very willing to go for the Lucian variant, which it seems like NIP might lock in to try and answer that bot lane pressure.
Okay, so now you can leave your support a little longer and hide your, but they want to hide potentially something else that they would want to pick. Maybe their jungler could come in on 3. Actually, thinking about it, I wonder whether they want to hold on to Aki's picks. He actually withstood a lot of draft pressure last time in the series.
It's worth mentioning how crazy it is that we're getting Lucian Nami versus Kalista Renata this split, with the amount of bot lane bans all split long from almost every single team. Like, Lucian and Kalista barely have played against each other in the LPL across this split. But because of all of these mid lane bans, because of the support bans as well, it allows these super powerful bot lanes to get in.
I wonder whether we see Shinso or Poppy locked in right now, because you've got double dashes, that would be pretty important. We did talk about the ASOL, it would be a bold blind pick, but it could happen here. I just wonder whether Aki should be locking in something like that Poppy or the Shinso right now to secure themselves an early 3v3 advantage. You can also look for level 1s and level 2s versus that Poppy, versus the Vi rather, and they do lock that in. Very valuable here, means that Aki will have first swing at Shun if they get themselves good information on Shun's early play.
I remember Aki had an incredible game number 4 of the previous series on that Poppy. He was like 3-0 at 2 minutes or something ridiculous. It was something else. However, that was a lane swap game. That was because of the Renekton in the top side. It was because of the Nautilus that Droll had. Won't have the same tools this time around, so we'll see what he can make happen with this Poppy. But Nico going to be banned away from Knight. Azir the answer as well. I'll be amazed if ASOL makes it through this round of bans.
Yeah, I think that one's quite valuable, but then again, the problem is that NIP they have to save their blind pick for one of these, well, their counter pick for one of these lanes, right? And giving counter pick to Bin and topside might also be a bit of an issue. You know, you do have the Rek'Sai. I think that would be a good 4 lock-in for Shanji. Allows him to kind of like survive and take on all comers, especially with the Rumble gone. There isn't that many lane answers available to it. So then you really are just looking up at Rookie to see if there's the team composition will fit an ASOL, and I wonder whether that will be a threat instead. It is just banned away. So the 3 big mid laners for Rookie that we've talked about, the Ahri, the Talia, the ASOL, no longer available.
So Karma's open as an option for either of these guys. It's been a big pick across the course of the split. They don't necessarily have those carry junglers that Karma likes to go alongside though, but LeBlanc open, Orianna open as well, one of Rookie's absolute classic picks. But even things like the Hui have made it very far into this draft considering how many mid lane bans there are.
We did see a lot of LeBlanc bans towards Rookie, but it will be the way. So, Mage locked in for the mid lane strong laning phase. Not many things which answer this one out. And I guess with the Nico gone from Knight, he doesn't have himself big engaged champions alongside that Annie as well. So he's going to be looking for something which can just kind of go Mage versus Mage, potentially himself. He would really like something that can shove and roam, but I just don't know if there's anything really left on the table for him now. It is going to be that Orianna for Knight. It's Mage versus Mage.
And up top side now, Bin has to go for the blind pick. And it's very likely to be that Rek'Sai, let's be honest, it's been incredibly blindable so far in the LPL. Shanji regrettably has to go up against it again. This time he's not going Renekton though. It's going to be Twisted Fate top, locked in for Shanji. This will be the first time he plays the pick this year.
And it's very important that he does have a pick that he can at least try and hope to break this Rek'Sai lane open with, though. He did it with the Rumble earlier into the playoffs, and he showed that he can play against that champion with his counter pick. This Twisted Fate, though, very important. Now means that you have the Twisted Fate that can be a bit more global pressure. You can kind of push and roam outside of that top lane, combo up with the rest of the team. Still, I really feel like both of these teams, very early game centric. You've got Kalista Renata, there's a Lucian Nami, they can fist fight. Vi versus this Poppy as well is going to be an absolute key matchup. NIP will need to get into Shun's face early, get vision down early, use Aki to steamroll the map like he did versus FPX in that last deciding game.
Can they find the advantages? Can they steamroll? Steamroll, I think, is the operative word coming into this one. Hyper-aggressive bot lanes. We've got these mages that want to push and roam. We've got the Twisted Fate top for lane dominance, but both junglers as well, very willing to get into these lanes and kick the action off. NIP have shown that they can snowball games, but when it comes to snowballing games, they are up against the very best in the business. BLG finally making it onto stage 4 playoffs. playoffs. We're in round 4. The double elimination now kicks in. NIP have earned the honor of taking on the very best in the league, the team that has made a new record for how LPL regular splits can go. Let's see what NIP have to bring against the best.
还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
That was loud. That was loud,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, the BLG fans are out in force. And after last year, it's not surprising that there is a large contingent there for BLG after such an incredible 2023. But look, we'll talk history later. Let's talk about this early game, because this is going to be all about the early game. Shun and Aki both have champions that can influence these lanes.
Yeah, you can see that BLG using the Kalista Renata to buy a little bit of safe space for Shun. I think it's really important that Knight Elkanon just did this, because one of the problems with Vi, and again, I continually shout out Gilius, he talks about this a lot on his own stream, in terms of Vi is not a champion at level 1. You need to protect her before she can get to level 3. Once you get level 3, Vi can influence anywhere on the map. So NIP, you could see that they walked into River at first, very early on, to see if they could upset this jungler. Couldn't quite manage to do that because of the lanes, and now we get ourselves into a true laning phase and see whether Aki or Shun can strike first.
We'll be looking at that level 3 for both champions as well. Like you say, Vi, big spike at level 3. Poppy, incredibly strong at that level 3 mark. Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I feel like we overthrew that joke at this point, but it's so true. It's just so true. There's aggressive trades already down in that bottom lane. You just know that with this matchup as well, like, there's so much mechanical prowess in this 2v2. With these champions, this can explode at any second.
Yeah, we see that it is actually going to be the Hail of Blades coming out of Elk as well. Now, sometimes that's an indicator that it will go towards lethality Kalista later into the game. But for now, just means that you are very, very strong in the early few levels. You stack up those Ren stacks very, very quickly. Aki onto bot side a little quicker than Shun, but does have the option. You can see what Aki's done. He's done a couple of camps top side, goes towards bot side, which gives him the option to either answer bot side at level 3 or clear towards top side instead, and kind of like a reverse clear. And while all this is happening, very important that Rookie gets some eyes onto Shun as well. Aki hits level 3 and is going to be off vision as the ward dies.
So moves into River here. Knows exactly where Shun is as he heads towards this red buff. Shun could be in trouble on this one. Finally spots that Aki is here. Got Prio in that bottom lane for BLG, so Aki does have to be a little bit cautious. As you see on the minimap, Elk starts to roam over alongside On. Aki may have overstayed. We're going to have a smite fight for the buff. Shun wins it out. Aki now slowed by the red buff. Shun following up, but no. The bot lane from BLG will just reset.
So Aki, in one way, just buying up time from Shun and tries to get himself... yeah, stuff about recall, but now Aki, stop recall, was wondering if there was something more there. The big thing about that play is that Aki had red buff to no red buff, and of course he's got the W to stop the Vi going in for a Q, unless you have a very well-timed Q flash. All the same, Shun stands his ground, manages to get that buff, and sadly for Aki, can't get any really big advantages there. He's slowed down his own clear, but again, he is still level 3, still has all of the levels which he needs to for the early game. Sadly though, BLG have been very, very consistent in not allowing Aki any advantages so far in this early game.
Nice bit of CSing there from On, actually setting up both melees. You know, it's one of the things that some supports not necessarily the best at finding those CS. On gets his moment, gets a few gold for himself. It's always nice to see. This Knight could be ganked in this mid lane. Kind of difficult to make ganks happen in the mid lane these days, especially against that Orianna. Anyway, flash from Shun. Red buff is sticking on Rookie. I don't think they can finish it though. Aki walks away and Rookie barely gets out.
Oh, so close. You know what? I didn't actually see whether Shun managed to get himself like a clean auto reset with his auto E. So close from Rookie though. Gets out alive, he'll be able to teleport back into the lane, and it's Shun who blows his flash for that expense, though. Now Shun is in bot side, does have the Lucian army staring at him. I don't think he can stay around for the blue buff because of their presence, and Shun, seriously, doing well in this early game. Managed to win the fight around the red buff and gets himself a flash in mid lane.
Aki, a player that has had a lot of criticism towards him this year. Kind of proven a lot of that wrong in the previous series, but he's up against one of the very best. And I just want to quickly talk about the fact that, you know, Shun was trained up by Rookie on the other side as well. You remember that IG roster? There was so many memes about Rookie and his son Shun as they roamed around the map together. Well, Aki is the guy that gets to roam around with Rookie now, and you just know that Shun is going to want to look good today. You know that he wants to win out this matchup. This one's a little bit personal.
Absolutely, and the thing is that Rookie also kind of acts like a second jungler for his own team. He kind of always did, even back in his World Championship days as well. He was very good at getting out onto the map and roaming. He's been denied that by BLG from the draft in terms of the picks, which he does that best on. So the way, not necessarily the best at shoving and roaming. We can see that Knight now with the flash gone on his lane opponent. He can control this mid lane even more so. Shun's going to go towards the Grubs. Naki might see himself with a cross-map opportunity. Problem is, though, compared to the previous series against FPX, BLG are pushing much harder in regards to jungle vision themselves. They spotted Aki, so he won't be, again, able to find an easy entrance into one of these lanes.
I just find it entertaining that it's 5:50 on the clock when Aki finishes his first blue buff. Like, how rarely do you see blue buff left that long in the game, as Shun will be able to grab himself those 3 Grubs. Drake still up on the map here, but I don't know if that's something that NIP can just brute force at this point. The impression wave up on this top side. Getting a bit of pressure. The wave cleared so fast by this Twist of Fate. Knight's moved up as well. They're going to have to wait a little while for these minions, though.
Knight does have his ult. He's found a way to shove and roam, and now he pops the ult. He can't necessarily get straight out. Knight can just flash shockwave him.
Okay, Knight takes 2 tower shots to try and get his ball in a good spot, and Shanji just ults out. He's like, all right, I'm out of here, boys. See you later. In the meantime, NIP will start that Drake off as well, so a bit overforced, honestly, on the top side.
Maybe, and now you have a gold card in River. Shun, you've got to be careful. They think he's gone back to base.
They thought Shanji had just run away. Shanji's setting up a play elsewhere. Shanji will pick up first blood in the river on Shun.
Oh, Shanji, what a play. He doesn't teleport back in the lane. Of course, you can tell that he's teleporting away. You just don't know where to. He goes into the river, catches out the jungler. Important moment. And NIP showing once again why they have such a big first blood presence within the LPL. Their early plays have always found these interesting angles to get themselves onto the board.
Phenomenal bit of play there from Shanji. Really creative in a essentially losing situation, right? You're forced out your lane, you're going to miss an entire wave, and that gets away with it off of the back of Bin unburrowing on the wave. And here he's like, hang on a second. They're going to be here in a moment. Scuttle crabs up.
I mean, there was the outside chance that Knight would be heading down the river as well, but I think on the low HP, you kind of just know that he can't influence the fight either way. It's the big thing, so Shanji gets a freebie, and now we have ourselves a 4v3 in bot side. 4v4 rather.
This is more like it. BLG are like, right, we lost one play time to kick things off. Diving in the bottom side, Photic goes down, doesn't even get to use his flash from that combo. Look how many minions are dying to the tower. It's already almost a 20 CS lead, plus all of those are going to go down. This is Photic being set very far behind. Aki tries to go in, but just gets destroyed by BLG.
And this happens as, oh god, Rookie very nearly claiming back another. That happened over 2 control wards and a vision ward down in the bottom side of the jungle for NIP. NIP had the vision control, but couldn't do squat about it. And a lot of that is because Knight, once again, shoves and roams. I honestly think after that flash was blown in mid lane from Rookie, Knight has been just steamrolling on this Orianna. Now with 1-0-1, couldn't make the play happen in top side, yes, and Shanji managed to catch out Shun back towards, as he was returning back towards his own side of the map, but really, it feels like a lot of this is now originating from Knight controlling this mid lane matchup, and NIP caught a bit flat-footed.
I hope Orianna becomes a big pick in this series. I feel like not only is Knight showing us that he can absolutely flex on the pick, he's up against Rookie, who it's his signature, let's be honest. So the initial dive, Aki, oh no, this is the follow-up, is Aki trying to get a chance. That handshake from On is perfect.
Oh man, and the heal means they get out alive, no bailout needed. They are fiscally responsible on the spot side of the map. BLG, again, this team, we've waited a little while to see them in playoffs. They have earned the right to give themselves a breather and to watch the tape and to get themselves a bit more prepared. And they have come in with a real head of steam here as well. NIP, I don't even think they were looking for bad angles in this game. So BLG, they've countered them even better. And now we have ourselves a confirmation that it is Elk going towards the Lethality Callista. does himself opportunity. On the bot side of the map, what can he find?
Elk stays, but this is 3v2. Aki's behind them right now. Opportunity in the inventory of Elk, so he is strong at this point on the target, though. Aki just ignores Elk entirely and looks for the support. Bailout's in play, and Photic's so junked. It's not quite enough, but my god, that was close.
Yeah, this is the thing about the Callista. Less extended damage, incredible burst. Very nearly takes down Photic with him. As On goes down, but it's going to be a good angle from Aki. Gets himself his first kill participation of this game. It's going to be a trade for Grubs on the top side, so BLG will be able to, I think actually important in this case, take away Grubs from the side of NIP. I don't think it's easy to hit towers as the Rek'Sai against the Twisted Fate, but imagine if TF had had those 6 Grubs instead.
Yeah.
NIP could be playing through a split push win condition, so while BLG can't use it as well themselves, it's an important takeaway.
And one thing I will say as well is when you get 6 Grubs, the sheer pushing power of that, the fact that you're running a Callista composition with a Rek'Sai top, like you're very short range, sieging is not exactly this composition's forte. Having that extra pushing power, just getting 1 or 2 autos on the tower does so much more when you've got 6 Grubs in your pocket.
It just means that if you ever cross map, things go wrong most
Yeah.
of the time. So NIP, typically, in this playoffs, they have shown a better level of macro than they did in the regular split. Did feel like sometimes they could kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit from regular season, but particularly against FPX, they were winning that macro out. They will need to do that now, because particularly against those Grubs and the fact that you have, you know, the Rek'Sai, which wave clears very quickly, the Orianna, which waves clears very quickly, and the Callista Renata, which are doing well in their own laning phase. NIP cannot drop the ball now.
Certainly can't. We're looking towards that 15-minute mark, remember. BLG, 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15. I'm going to keep repeating that today until it's proven wrong. Because nobody in the league has been able to prove it wrong just yet. And even in the BLG Top Esports Series, they both maintained that stat as they either just dominated the early game or lost. So we'll see how that's going to go today. It's a minor gold lead for BLG right now, but those 6 Grubs could lead to more. Drake up on the map, and NIP got the first.
So BLG, they'd really like to get down towards there. NIP not playing with a great deal of vision, though. They don't know where Shun is, and he has level 6. That's a problem. He has himself a Sundered Sky. That's another problem. So
Yeah.
he's going to have himself a lot of damage, a lot of ability to lock someone down. NIP, they need to buy themselves away into this river if they want to fight, but they're going to be able to do so. And indeed, they're not. They get themselves a wave clear, well, vision clear after this point. They might get forced onto it.
Oh, rookie, good combo onto Elk here. He's the target, and he's taken down, but no, the bailout saves him. Aki falls, is now diving for more. Shun sets up onto Photic, punts him back and sets it up for the second.
And here we go, a bit more blood in the water. The rookie gets off a vision for that first play. Knight bails out his AD carry, though, so both of these mid laners making their impact felt in that play at least. And at the end of this, you know, you've now suddenly got 2-0-2 on both of the carries for BLG, despite the fact that the gold lead wasn't that big, and it's still not that huge. BLG are walking away with some really good early gold onto the right people that can take over this game.
I think one of the crazy things about this game as well is, like, that the scrapping is just immaculate. Like, that is beautiful fighting coming out from BLG off the back of what looked like a really solid engage from NIP, a really solid sort of assassination. The Renata brings so much there. But on top of that, the fact that BLG have found themselves this aggressive lead, mostly on the top side as well, when they're running the Rek'Sai against Twisted Fate, like, you almost never expect any Grubs to go that way in this kind of matchup.
And I think a lot of it is because Aki's been looking for these early angles, which means they've been a bit behind the play. You see right here, he ends up turning up for this one. Largely, though, this is Rookie getting off the vision and finding a great combo. Rookie starts this one off. Knight, though, as we said, kind of throws the cards back in the dealer's face and says, nope, bail out, and gets himself back on the board as well.
Great bailout coming through. The hostile takeover as well, kind of denying the potential follow-up. And Elk surviving that, keeping his shutdown. You see 2-0-2. He's got that opportunity. He's had that for a little while, but another serrated Dirk in his pocket as well. I'm personally not a big fan of this lethality Callista. However, when it comes to regularly scrapping around neutral objectives early on in the game, there's no two ways about it. This build is just stronger right now than the on-hit would be.
Okay, so Herald fight started up. Twisted Fate ult pulled. They can't find themselves and engage, though, before the objective goes down. Some which happens to NIP. Sometimes they can struggle to find themselves a fight when they're not on the objective first. They kind of just spectate it going down. Here comes On!
On with the flash handshake. Aki served up on a silver plate, but no. He's fallen off the table, cutlery's everywhere, and suddenly On's the one in trouble. The combo from Rookie just one-shots him.
This way does so much damage, and this is why, in this kind of game, you look at the lethality Kalista and you look at the way on the other side and go, yeah, I can understand why suddenly standing even within just the screen's distance of them can be very bad for my short-term health, as both are very, very bursty. However, Rookie needs to be very, very careful of that fog of war. Comes out of it, and here comes Shun.
He's the target. Shun takes down his old teacher here alongside his new mid laner in Knight. Fantastic little combo and kind of a bit of revenge for the pick that Rookie got onto Shun earlier in the game.
It did, and it really has felt, in my eyes, that this game has largely been determined by which mid laner has been active in the play and finds himself the best angle. Rookie had himself a good couple of combos. Knight, though, been out on the map, getting himself good value. You can see that with a bubble force. It's actually going to be the Renata ult taken for free. Threaten of Photic going forwards.
Yeah, I'm just scared of that potential all-in as Bin gets onto Shanji here. It's very difficult to commit to this, but Bin actually going to use his own ultimate to try and find more. Shanji just spacing it beautifully and sends Bin packing. Even Bin in this matchup, you can't find anything.
And it's really important for NIP that Shanji can have a dominant 1v1 matchup. Shun doesn't have flash, so we can't really force a play here unless Shanji really walks up into that kind of like sweet spot range where you're stood just at the E range of Rek'Sai, so it gets you the free knockup. Basically what happened in that last trade too, which is why Ben at least manages to trade you know, ult for Ghost. It's kind of nice in that sense, but Shanji being okay in the individual matchup, being good in the individual matchup is something so important for them, given how good Ben has been on an individual level. His laning stats have been absolutely absurd, despite the fact that he's had basically no jungle attention. For Shanji to stand up there means that NIP don't have to worry about Ben quite as much.
No. The Rek'Sai as well, not exactly like a lane-dominant pick necessarily. Like, obviously, you can weather pretty much any lane. Like, that's one of the values of it. But it's when it comes to the mid-game of the team fights, you're just unkillable. The flanks you can get, the engages that you can set up on this pick are incredibly powerful. Feels a little bit like modern Ornn, honestly. Like, or at least a modern version of what Ornn used to be, where he's just an exceptionally potent weak side pick, but also in the right matchup can terrorize the top lane too.
It is just that sense of lane dominant tanks. It's always been that kind of identity to it. So Herald summoned in mid lane. It's going to be mid lane out of turret. Taken BLG, their second of the game.
Yeah.
That means that you start to open up this map a little bit more. When you have picks like the Lethality, Kalista, and the Lucian, playing around mid lane waves is so very important because they're both very dominant at going towards that. Dragon has spawned though. NIP, they're not in position to defend this at all. It will be a very easy Drake going over to the side of BLG. Thing is though, what's the cross map from NIP? They're looking to catch out Knight on the side lane with the Hex Gates.
Has flash available, has TP should he get an angle, but that's going to be the ult come through from Shanji as well. No way out of this one. Knight just going to be burst on down. Shockwave even fizzles at the end. It doesn't even go on cooldown.
Bit disrespectful actually from Knight. You know, there's no contest coming on the bot side. You have incredible vision around mid lane and towards that dragon as well. There's only one place they can be, process elimination. It's top lane, and the Hex Gates on the map make it even easier for them to arrive at that location. Good angle though, picked by NIP. Get some gold on the board, and if they can start getting picks on side lanes, that's a good sign for their comp.
Do you know, it's just dawned on me. Poppy plus Hex Gates essentially is Nocturne. That's what you're up against at this point. Aki can just fly across the map to make this setup for the play, and then you've got a Twisted Fate on top of it. Like,
it's
you
not
really
just
can't be
darkness.
this far
It's
forward.
not just darkness. It's darkness with a hammer. I think that's even more terrifying in some ways. And,
Dark diplomacy.
I can get behind that one, but still, the fact that you're getting gold on side lanes important from NIP. If you can use this Twisted Fate to just turn up alongside those Hex Gates, BLG will have to play this game differently. I do think that, you know, the Lucian Nami, it can be sometimes quite hard, so you stay safe against the combo which BLG have, particularly with the Vi being able to force plays through the tidal wave, you know, if they go unstoppable when they cast that ultimate. So NIP, if they can stay safe in that mid lane, even through that, and get vision and they get picks on the side lane, that's a win condition for them.
Certainly is. And I will say, NIP, like, it's not like they're not going to scale well. You know, this Lucian certainly scales better than a Lethality Kalista. That's no argument available there. If this game does continue at a slower pace, things can look good. But that's why the fact that these last two Drakes have gone towards BLG is very positive. The fact that they got the 6 grubs, the fact that now Baron spawning in 20 seconds could be an option for them to threaten the Kalista, even with Lethality. Still does a lot of Baron damage thanks to the Rend you can secure alongside a Smite. Does make it difficult to contest, and those grubs finally coming in as Knight gets to hit a tower.
And that's really important too. Another big thing about this, of course, Shanji Hyper winning that Rek'Sai matchup does not win against the Orianna. That Shockwave very, very threatening because you get chunked out very heavily and you're not building any magic with this. Knight is currently, 1v2ing, 1v3ing before this and gets themselves a top lane inner turret. Great lane allocation from Billy. They take that top lane inner turret, Jace basically because they realize that Orianna is winning the side lane matchups, whoever she faces.
Yeah, fantastic Orianna game so far from Knight. Aside from the one death that he did get in the early stages of the game, he's just looked immaculate. Oh, not in the early stages when he was going out.
We saw it.
Sorry.
It was the
like
dark
literally
diplomacy.
2 minutes ago. But fantastic game from him so far in terms of bringing this Orianna into the game, which is a pick that really has not been a high priority in LPL, aside from that Nocturne combo. But alongside the Vi, it's not that dissimilar of a combo, realistically.
Yeah, if you find one target out of position, they pop. So we'll have to see if NIP can keep themselves safe. One of the big problems here is that you can see Shun, Knight just kind of going into each and every bush. Someone like Rookie needs to be very careful. He was spotted there and you need to be careful of this.
Speaking of the combo, Rookie flashes away from it. The hostile takeover will keep them there as Aki tries to save his mid laner and will be able to do so. On now, the targets, the culling comes on through. Fate's Call saves On's life. On saved Elk with the bailout before. Elk returns the faith.
No one goes down, but that's 4 ults from BLG and, well, 3 on the other side cast just then from NIP. 7 ults in total for a 0-kill fight. That's not a lot of action for not much blood. BLG mess up the combo though. They don't land the Q flash from the Vi. They don't end up getting the shockwave in the duration of the Vi ultimate either. So Rookie gets to flash out, finds a gap within that CC combo. Importantly so, NIP, if they lose kills there, that probably would have been Baron, and that potentially would have destabilized their game around playing around this Twisted Fate in the side lane. I think if you lose Baron against BLG, NIP, it's very hard for them to get back in the game, which makes that play fizzling out a breath of fresh air.
And I think it's really important, the timing of this play. BLG, it felt a little desperate, a little forced on that one. Trying to make this play before Drake is up on the bottom side of the map and they have to shift their vision down to the opposite side, right? They've done such a good job of pushing that vision line further forward, getting the tier 2 in the top side, clearing as much vision as possible around the Baron area. Like, that was the window, that was the angle to try and get a pick with this Vi. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. And now, all of that work getting vision control of the top side is kind of for nothing.
So, 20 seconds till Dragon. What's going to happen around this one? NIP do have themselves some vision, but they've got some chunks on them. They just got themselves a bit of vision control to fight themselves an important Dragon fight, but they get chunked out just all the same. So BLG, they walk into bot side River now, get to play some vision themselves, and with the global double buffs available for this fight, red buff and blue buff, and every single member, they will feel very confident going towards this, and Knight continuing to use that Wrecking Ball. Just have to wonder when that Shockwave will come out.
I don't know what it is, but when surprising chunks of damage happen, it turns me into like an old pensioner. Just start whooping at the screen like a maniac. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, Orianna, kick the ball!
Yeah, here we go. Shanji TP in behind enemy lines here. Doesn't really find the pick that they're looking for. This is going to be Drake for BLG. And NIP, kind of a lackluster attempt at finding that.
NIP, it's not been... Oh, I have to see if Elshun goes for the engage. He's looking for it. Going forwards as well. NIP got to be careful.
Oh, Bond's just going to dive forwards and handshake to start it. Rookie, the target. CC him taken down. Now a shockwave onto 2 as well, as Knight is the carry. Elk was kicked out of the play and it doesn't even matter.
On hits the off switch on Rookie's life and takes down the enemy mid laner. This is going to open up the Baron. NIP cannot afford to lose this one, and Bin soloing out Aki.
This is looking like an MVP performance from On so far for me. He's been stellar on this Renata. Shanji with the gold card wants to set up a play, but like you say, Aki can't even be a part of this one. He's not even near the pit. He might even go down to Bin on the side as Baron is taken, and now Aki the target as they start to look for more. BLG, we saw them chase down just a moment ago. They're going to try and make it happen again. Bin setting things up, looking for the knock-up. That's a flash bin. As Photic's been found, Shun diving into
Rookie.
TP comes through. Rookie re-enters the fight, and the bailout isn't enough. Even Rek'Sai can't dive that deep.
Rookie comes back with the help of his team. They end up winning that gamble. Turns out NIP They do have some fight left in them. I thought that Dragon play into the Baron was a little bit of a spectator scenario. It feels like sometimes NIP, when they're not on the objective first, they can struggle to get into the pit in time to either get a steal or a fight. It's kind of just playing, you know, Safari League of Legends, it feels like. But they do get themselves kill just on the back end of that play as kind of a consolation. Problem is, they still now have to play a wide map comp, trying to play around some side lanes against the Baron. Now if BLG can open up a gold lead with those empowered minions, it'd be a big moment for them. Great play from the bot lane of BLG. Gets straight onto that mid laner out of position. Rookie, it's a minute error in positioning, but that is all it takes. BLG, you give them an inch, they take the entire damn arm.
Fair play from Aki there. Great ult onto Elk. It almost saves Rookie's life. Elk doesn't get to get his rend off, so that significant burst of the Hail of Blades doesn't really pay off. And almost gets Rookie out to safety. But unfortunately, Rookie didn't have that flash available. His flash has now just come up. So for the next play, slightly harder over target. But in the meantime, this Baron going to do so much work. These tier 2s will fall like paper. 4,000 gold lead. That next Drake coming. 2.5 minutes as well. NIP have to figure out how they are going to contest in 2 minutes time, because a Hex Soul might just be curtains.
Well, and part of the reason that they are being so desperate right now is that it's Baron and the 6 grubs. It makes taking these towers so powerful. We called it out earlier in the game, 6 grubs. You don't have a great siege comp from BLG. Baron fixes that. Cannon is just going to be wailing away at this turret from behind the safety of
I love how he's behind the wall. It's like full-on artillery here.
Oh my god, he's found himself. It's a tactical
from.
cannon minion. It's found how to use cover.
Oh, superior strategic minds on BLG setting up their cannon minions with powerful artillery positions. Felt like I'm watching Mountain Blade Warband rather than League of Legends right now with the line battle going on. Shanji steps up with a gold card. But I feel like I've said that so many times, and so rarely does it lead to anything.
I can see that. No, just BLG playing very respectfully. On the other side, just kind of punishing the micro mispositioning of NIP. And the other thing here too is that, you know, walking up too far into Knight with the death cap, here comes the wave.
Time for an attempt, and they're looking for the support, but Elk just pops him out to safety. That was a lot used. Culling, wave, Shanji's ultimate as well. And it will save the inhib tower. So honestly, still pretty positive.
Still pretty positive in that regards. However, they need to get themselves out onto the map and to contest Vision before the Soul Dragon comes up. NIP, we do not want to see some more Safari League of Legends. They watch the local wildlife of the dragon. Be claimed by BLG on the bot side of the map. If they give up that Hex Soul, that's a huge game-changing buff. Feels like BLG could use those combat stats to just win any fight they choose beyond that point. NIP, they're getting back out onto the map now. Aki's here. You can use the Hex Gates to do some shenanigans, but it does feel like with BLG pinning them into their base for the entirety of the Baron buff, they are working at a huge disadvantage here. They are fighting from a losing standpoint right now.
BLG now fighting for as deep vision control as they can acquire. Obviously the Baron buff is gone, so don't have the free prior they had before. And so you see 4 players muscling into the mid lane to get that prior for themselves. Very little vision. There is a control wall behind enemy lines there in the pixel brush, but the thing is, who's TPing for a flank on this team? Absolutely nobody.
And honestly, if you've got the Twisted Fate, you're using their ult. The ult's not up right now either. So, Shun on the flank once again. He is going to be spotted on vision. NIP, they cannot walk into Fog of War easily. No one can face check. You know, the Renata ult plus the Shockwave, and now they're getting Ren stacks on the Dragon. NIP, you cannot let this go for free.
Handshake lands onto Chwo. The tidal wave comes out immediately. Does survive as Aki's over the wall. It's not enough. He doesn't find it. And the ultimate from Shun denies Aki's own. 4 players remain for NIP, but Bin doesn't want that fact to be true for long. Dives into the action as Photic's engaged by Shun. Shockwaves the sombrero coming out from Knight. He's fancying tacos tonight. As Elk steps forward again, it's a long old scrap as the spiraling despair comes through. On could be in trouble here. Big damage across the team, but just nobody's going down.
Not just yet. They're trying NIP to fight back as best they can with a lot of those ultimates being down. They do get themselves a tower in the mid lane, but still, Photic!
Traded a bit as I go full pensioner once again. Photic getting good damage down onto Elk, but Elk does return a lot of it. And we reset once more, but it's Soul now for BLG. And it feels like the whole game, we've seen NIP like trying to step forward, trying to poke in, trying to contest, but never really fully committing, and it feels in a lot of these scenarios, if they do commit, they just end up losing the fight.
And I think particularly diving into the Shockwave is being a huge point of concern for them. Aki very nearly gets into this still. Well, credit to him, it's against the Poppy Rend. Aki has been controlled remarkably well from BLG this entire game, from early game and elsewhere, and Shanji now potentially in a 1v2 on the side lane.
Yeah, doing his best to outspace this one, but you can't outspace that. Knight takes it down for 400 gold, 8-5 on the scoreboard.
The solo laners of BLG deal Twisted Fate the dead man's hand as he goes down in the side lane 1v2. Really hasn't been top drawer of the deck from him this game. He has had a good laning phase. He's actually gone for a different build. He went for the Kraken Slayer on the Rage Blade. Didn't talk about that much. It's not been that important. BLG, they are not stopping at all, though. Going towards the Baron, NIP. One last gas, another Ren steal has to be faced against.
Aki was the hero smiter in the series against WE. He was the one that got that Elder Dragon and kept NIP in playoffs. Might just look for it again. The ult goes wide, and the hostile takeover denies any such play from existence. BLG, they make it look easy. The control, as you worded it, over the enemy jungler has been immaculate.
I don't even think Aki has played that badly. I think BLG have just been so prepared for him. They've had him watered out in his early game. They have stopped him at every turn. I think in particular, I think On and Knight as the bulwarks of BLG, threatening with a Shockwave and the ultimate, have stopped NIP's aggressive advances at every turn. This has not been a close game. BLG have taken this game by the neck and slammed it into the ground.
Botic forced to flash by Bin. It's funny, isn't it, watching Bin play Rek'Sai? Doesn't feel like he's been able to outright 1vX in the way that you usually expect, but the amount of pressure he's still putting out despite this matchup has been kind of insane to watch. And I don't know if BLG can actually end right here. Maybe just wait for the next wave before they continue this siege. Unfortunately, couldn't get the artillery position set up for their cannon this time, but they will be able to just walk this in on the next wave. NIP struggling to clear these Baron minions, and On stepping forwards. Rookie chunked there.
The ult
Chunk gets out with his life. BLG can just keep going forwards. The 6 scrubs pay off. The Void might come out. It's a tidal wave across the team, but it doesn't seem to really matter much. They need a tsunami! And that's the Shockwave flying on in BLG. And Knight specifically make it look beautiful as they finish out game number 1.
Oh, Knight has been spiking that ball into the enemy court the entire game. What an Orianna performance from Knight. I think this game, of course, it's an overall ensemble effort from BLG to control the enemy jungle, to be able to keep putting down vision. But seriously, that Orianna early onto the map, in top lane, in bot lane, holding the door shut in team fights, was a really good performance from Knight in that mid lane. It's not always the most flashy, and I'm sure probably the moment which people will remember from this game is whiffing that ult in the mid lane. But seriously, I think Knight had a stellar game there, alongside the rest of his team.
Yeah, I feel like NIP are going to have to change something coming into game 2. We need more proactivity. They had a relatively proactive composition, but it didn't feel like they ever had much opportunity to push their front foot forwards. BLG, if you give them that opportunity, they will slam the door in your face. We're going to jump into a break and find out what happens in game number 2.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn nail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified?
Welcome back, everybody, to round 4 of LPL playoffs. I'm Munch, joined by Namira as we head towards game number 2 here. BLG starting strong, to say the very least. That is one of the cleanest games of League of Legends I think we've seen all playoffs, basically. It's BLG, they had that map locked down.
On walks away with MVP. Fantastic Renata laning phase. Fantastic play in the team fights as well. And something which I think you were saying in the break, which is a really important thing too, is the fact that even when he was making the crazy plays, they were well set up for, which is a huge part of how they won this game.
Making Renata look like a hard engaged champion as well. With the Kalista Fate's Call, with the flash handshakes as well. Like, so good at finding the individual, but also separating the team with the ultimates at the same time. We'll get some of the replays of the absolutely mental MVP performance from On. It really was clean, and this is one of the things that Renata brings to the table, is insane ability to deny plays.
Bailout had huge value in this game, and it was one of the big reasons why NIP were playing, Safari League of Legends. It felt like every time there was an objective, they were second to it, and they were looking through the binoculars, looking at the dragon dying, because On with the ultimate, because with Knight with the shockwave as well, was holding the door so competently closed. And then as soon as NIP backed off, they kind of didn't give themselves the best retreating angle to see themselves out safely. Even in plays like this later on, the ultimates just continued to be very, very high value.
Feels like the door they were closing was a cell door in the Alcatraz or something, because there was just no way out for NIP. Phenomenal game coming out from BLG, as clean as you could possibly ask for. And the question now comes, like, what are NIP going to do about it, game number 2? Something has got to change, and I feel like we saw some really good early games in the previous series. We saw some really drilled stuff. we gotta hope that they can bring some more of that kind of flair to the table, because if it's just plain League of Legends, I think maybe BLG just continues rolling.
You know, you can see individuals on NIP had good damage, they had good participation in this game. I think particularly before objectives became a big problem, I think that NIP were doing well playing through side lanes, but then BLG just very, very good at setting up for those objectives. NIP were never allowed free entry into the river, and I think really this is a continuing problem between, particularly this cutoff between the first couple of teams, well, realistically BLG and then most of the rest of the table, and then some of the other teams in terms of how do you set up for Dragons? What is an objective fight ideally looking like for you? I think NIP have had some issues with that in terms of setting up for it. BLG gave them absolutely no way into those Dragons.
Yeah, I feel like as well, a bit of a struggle for NIP there was not having a significant front line outside of the Poppy. Like, Shanji couldn't really do a lot to set these plays up on the Twisted Fate. The side lane strategy didn't really work with how fast BLG were able to stack those Drakes and get all of the grubs in the game as well. So it felt like there weren't that many opportunities for NIP. Still smiles on the faces of the players though. So hopefully, coming into game number 2, spirits will still be high and they can change things up. I would not be at all surprised to see a Renata battle, honestly.
I think particularly if you're looking towards having a bit more of a stable foundation in bot side to play through laning phase, yes, that could potentially be a big pick as well. But then the problem is, if you ban away the Renata, well, don't BLG to pick up the Lucian themselves. They're very happy to first pick the Kalista. They're also one of the very best Lucian Namis and Lucian Milios within the league as well. So you've got yourself a bit of a catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So, I wonder how NIP will approach this. This is a big issue. I think if BLG stay on blue side, that is going to be a problem. I think the only way that doesn't become a problem is if you, as NIP, leave open so many power picks that you get a good trade for it. But it's hard to guarantee that when, you know, what happens when BLG with their last ban away an important power pick that you're angling for as well. NIP need themselves some red side answers. It wouldn't surprise me if BLG really dominated that if we remain on these sides.
So, just for a bit of context as well for anyone watching at home, at this point in playoffs, the side selection rules change in LPL throughout playoffs at different stages.
Very confusing.
It does get a little bit confusing, but just to let everyone know, at this point in playoffs, and the same for the other round 4 matchup that's going to be coming, the loser will have side selection now. So, BLG got side selection, first game's the highest seed. Now, whoever loses the previous game gets side selection. So NIP, you can see behind them all of the blue on the branding. That means they're going onto the blue side here for the next game.
And that's important. Now that means that, can you ban away? Do you have to ban away, you know, Ari and Talia in the first round? We saw them split one apart last game, because I think that first pick on that champion, either of them, very, very valuable. It really does feel like BLG would like to stop Rookie being on the champions, and indeed, that is the case. Ari, Talia, gone. It wouldn't surprise me to see a Lucian ban be considered now as well, but we do also have Rumble, we have Nautilus on the table too. Lots of very important power picks still around.
It's crazy, isn't it, the respect that Rookie gets in the mid lane, even from Knight. But it's also just that these are picks that the NIP will happily first pick because of his presence, but then Elk getting a similar level of respect from NIP. They don't want to go against the Kalista, they don't want to go against the Lucian, they don't want to go against the Varus, they don't want to go against anything that could potentially set up for early presence in the bottom lane.
If I'm sat there across the table from BLG, I'm also thinking, yeah, I don't want to play against most of these champions. Can we just play on a different day? Can I figure this out later? And the Rumble does get let through. So Shanji has himself an answer towards that Rek'Sai in this pick. It's harder to pick something like that from Bin now. So Bin, he has to answer Shanji's Rumble, one of his very best champions.
If there's anyone that can, it's Bin. That is for sure. Are you ready for the Wukong top to come out? It's apparently insanely good into the Rumble. To be fair, there were rumblings of Wukong top over the last few weeks. We've not really seen it in the LPL though. But this area is going to come through for Elk. So scaling in the bottom side for BLG. Not too surprising of a turn of events with 380 carry bans towards Elk.
And On goes on towards his Rakan as well. He is such a talented player at this pick. And you know, last year, this is one of the picks which he used to rise to prominence. He'd pick this in any different matchup. He's picking up blind pick here alongside the Zero. With a lot of lane dominance gone, you have to answer, well, okay, what a photo control going to go towards? You could go towards Senna. You'd have the Senna Rumble Equalizer kind of combo. This would be very different though. Do they want to go towards kill pressure? There's something different to go towards that. No, Jinx locked in, so correct carry towards that bot side. Instead trying to match scaling for scaling with Jinx versus Zeri.
So all about the team fights here for NIP so far. The Thresh going to be locked in for Duo as well. It's always a champion that I'm excited to see locked in here. You can see big smiles on the NIP faces. They are feeling confident coming into this second one. That's really, really good to see. And I feel like that's something we've seen throughout this playoffs, is that NIP, no matter how the first series goes, no matter how the first game of the series goes, no matter how the series is going, it feels like spirits are still high within the team. That's something it often feels like with teams that Rookie is on.
And, you know, we've seen plenty of clips of them, you know, laughing about on stage, happy with what they're doing in draft. And we do see Bin on
We've
Aatrox.
got Bin on screen.
Bin.
Just pure stoic.
That's such a good juxtaposition. He is. It's like for you, it was the greatest game of your life. For me, it was a, what day is it today? It was a Saturday. Tuesday's the original quote. Either way, Aatrox into Rumble. It is a matchup which Aatrox can farm in a lot of the time because he plays like a half-range champion with your Q. But still, it's not a matchup which always goes the way of Aatrox. Typically, Rumble was used into Aatrox for a large amount of the last kind of phase of pro play. We are, however, with these picks being locked in, not had jungles locked in so far. We saw the Vi and the Poppy locked in very early last time. They're both banned away in the second round. It wouldn't surprise me to see Xin Sao to be locked in. I also wonder whether Maokai and Sejuani are also looked at from the side of NIP to have that long-ranged, non-committal engage, which can combo up with the hooks and also work into the Jinx and then also the Equalizer as well.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai Rumble as a combo, it's similarly to like Varus Rumble, right? Just any of that long-range CC that will keep them in place for a bit so that the Equalizer can just burn through. But then also you got a Thresh that can follow very well on those routes, but it's going to be the Azir ban as well, so even more bans levied towards Rookie. So the Vi's taken off the board. We'll see if another engaged jungler is taken away from Shun here, and it will be that Sejuani.
I think so. No Sejuani for Shun. I guess on the side of NIP, none of these champions could survive getting hit by a Sejuani ultimate. That'll be pretty awful for them. They do need one more source of engage if they can help it. Nico is unbanned. That is a chance to be locked in for Knight's one of his best picks. And I was wondering what was going to happen with the Tristana this series. Knight and Rookie, fantastic mid laners, haven't always prioritized this, but they take this away from Rookie. And this is important because we could have seen a Maokai Tristana locked in 4-5 for NIP. Now you can't. And if you wanted to play that Maokai, you'd love to have an AD mid laner to put alongside it. So NIP maybe have less options now with that.
It's kind of funny to see the Tristana there as well. This is the first time Knight picks it up this year. It's not a strategy that BLG have particularly led on. You know, I'm trying to say they won't know how to do it, but here we go. Second Diana of the year.
Oh, it's jungle.
Managed to destroy Chaos Diana. Now they lock it in alongside Rookie's Yasuo.
Oh, you can see the smile on the face of Knight on the other side. Is like, oh, so that's how it's going to be. So, Yasuo versus Tristana, that's a pretty intricate matchup in mid lane as well because of the mobility of Yasuo on the minion wave and then also his wind wall. And this is now an interesting answer from NIP because we saw that BLG took the Tristana so NIP couldn't lock in the Tristana Maokai on 4-5 and they lock it in themselves on 5, but now the Maokai needs to play into the wind wall. NIP, they cannot afford ever to get hit by a good engage by BLG because they're a very squishy comp. It wouldn't surprise me actually to see Aki going towards more of a tanky Diana build. We've typically seen, you know, in the mid lane game, we saw from Care, we saw the Lich Bane. Wouldn't surprise me to see something a little bit more tanky so we can try to be a temporary front line for a point. But more importantly than that are the Wind Wall and the Thresh Express Lantern coming out from Duo to make sure that NIP don't fall into a clutch engage from BLG.
Not to mention that Flay can set up for Yasuo as well. If you can get onto multiple people. Let's see though, it's all about the Moonfall. Let's be realistic. And I just love that after this draft, you're seeing the players on the cameras, massive grins on the faces of both Knight and Rookie. They know that they're in for a bagger. They know that they're in for a game where individual skill expression will be king. BLG will not have the opportunity to just completely control the game as they did in game number 1. This is much more about individual prowess, and that's where NIP can find advantages, especially with Rookie in that mid lane.
Rookie. Onto that Yasuo. He was playing that all the way back when he won the OGN for the first time. Back 10 years ago over in Korea. It has been a while since I've seen Rookie's Yasuo. I'm so excited to see it. Hopefully some montage plays to be made. It is an AD versus AD mid lane matchup between Knight and Rookie. They were really stars of the show in their own way in Game 1. Game 2, they have flipped the script, but are no less important.
I feel like we're getting a little bit of happy gaming coming out here for game number 2. Photic and Elk just running around each other as Knight tries not to get caught in the mid lane. Walk down in the lane there from On as he resets, and I wonder if he'll grab a sweeper for himself. But man, Yasuo for Rookie in the mid lane, Diana for Aki. Shanji gets his signature rumble as well. This should be an absolute banger of a brawl in the top side.
Oh man, I love this so much. I love the fact that NIP have not been cowed by that Game 1 loss and they pull out something different. We had to see this from them earlier in playoffs. Reminder folks, they had themselves a very close series versus Team WE, even at their first time of asking in this playoffs. Now they're coming through into the best team in the LPL, and they showed that comprehensively even in Game 1 against BLG. And they pull out something different. That's important. Maybe you can rock them off their momentum. And they're starting at level 1 in the bush.
Elk will be the target. Look at the positioning from Photic, so aggressive. They're looking to force Elk out of lane. Tempo is procced for Photic. Elk's got to be cautious. Yeah, I wasn't sure if a Pow rocket was going to fly in there. That's Ghost Burn, all for an Ignite.
Oh, that's so important. So last game, you know, I saw a lot of criticism floating around for Arki's Poppy. I do think that largely the reason he couldn't play out that game very easily is because of the pressure coming in from BLG as a full team. I feel like now with bot lane winning comprehensively, the lane set up well for them too. That will give Aki on the Diana, which is less of an early power pick, some breathing room to then get towards higher amounts of CS and get towards that point where you can just be a wombo combo machine and potentially catch BLG off guard. The engage coming in from NIP can be very, very explosive from very, very long distance away if you have flash up for Aki.
And man, isn't it funny to see that the cheese that works in solo queue still works at the very highest level of play? Photo Control getting themselves to level 2 now. And Elk, look at his inventory. He's got a cull with 0 stacks on it so far. And already used that health potion in the first play just to try and survive. So this is going to become, like, it's already pretty bad. It's only going to get worse from here for Elk.
Particularly with Photic and Draw, they have a really important moment here where they are in the driver's seat for what they want to do with their wave. They're going to be able to get themselves a really good first recall. They managed to deny themselves on the other side, deny Elk a good back early on. Can they stick around to get themselves some turret damage? They can get themselves a back any time from now, basically. They've got a really big wave to go up towards here, though, and they will get themselves a good amount of gold to get themselves really good items for laning phase. Good chompers.
Yeah, Flame Chompers come down. Got to remember as well that Flame Chompers, even if you don't get the all-in off the back of it, they also do a little bit of damage, a little bit of bonus poke coming through as Rookie goes in on tonight. Nice use of the wind wall, sits inside it. The wind wall a lot fatter than it looks. And Rookie taking advantage of that to deny a lot of the damage from that Tristana E.
Also, it's why it's not this skin, but Project Yasuo was a little bit paid to lose for a while because it was so easy to tell where the wind wall was compared to some of the other skins, like his pretty much everything else there. And Rookie, it's the first time that he's played this champion in, you know, near enough 3 years. Last time was 21 summer for him. I remember him playing it though all the way back in Champions 2014, back when he really started making a name for himself too. This guy has such a history on it. Knight though on the Tristana had a lot of successes with it last year, as the whole LPL did. AD versus AD mid lane matchup. We haven't seen it too much on screen. Really want to see how that works, particularly post level 6.
I'm a little surprised to see how long Photo Control stuck around in this early laning phase. I feel like there was a solid angle. I mean, obviously they've got themselves a plate, so finding more advantage. You can see the CS lead speaks for itself. There's an angle to go back and get an early cull, and in fact he will now reset and grab that cull. As Shun manages to get that crab, and Joel's there to get Aki out of dodge.
That Lantern will be increasingly more important as the game goes on. Again, not a fantastic front line from NIP. Your front line is actually the wind wall. Sometimes we talk about it in terms of front line doesn't always have to be someone who doesn't take damage. Sometimes it can actually be a skill shot or a skill that can help with that. You know, stuff like gangplank barrels in an abstract way can be a front line because no one wants to walk into the gangplank barrels. Something like this though, Lantern forwards, here comes the flash.
Flash from Elk immediately on, has his own, but W's the opposite direction here. Flayed back, then flashes and dashes away, but still taken down. First blood in the hands of Dwarf. Knight actually getting all in the mid lane as well. The bomb is already down. Level 6 not hit for Rookie, and Knight Buster shots him away.
Oh, that was clutch from Knight. Realizes he'll die if he auto-attacks Rookie. Needs to get the level 6. and does manage to get himself safely out. There's a flash from Rookie. I was wondering if he could go a flash for flash there, actually, and take that away from Knight. But Knight gets himself a teleport back into lane. Rookie on the Aswo, starting off at least the laning phase strong. NIP's particular, well, actually, every single lane. Big advantages looking across it now. Shanji on his Rumble doing very well. Bot lane and mid lane, as we've just seen in the last few clips, did well for themselves too. And this means that Aki, even though he's not the driving force, has been allowed to farm upper successfully now. It allows him to get into the game a little bit later on. Gets himself a Thresh Express in, and you can tell it's a strong combo when even Rakan can't escape. On does a W to try and just buy some space, but even then, cannot escape as slippery as Rakan is.
Yeah, that rocket following from Photic. In the meantime, Aki up on this top side. Hex Flash in the mid lane. Knight still has that flash. Oh, but the Thresh Hook kind of denies the buffer. It's not enough. Rookie doesn't go in.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Thresh Hook is that it has too little displacements in it. Much harder to buffer out of that one than it is to get out of a Blitzcrank or a Nautilus Hook. And now he doesn't have his jump up, but luckily On is here to make sure that the all-in doesn't happen, particularly with melee mid laners like the Yasuo, who can struggle to get out of some fights depending on how he uses his E. If someone is hovering around to make sure they're in the lane as Yasuo dashes in, you can stop him from getting a lot of those assassination combos that we typically see, all across solo queue. And once again, it's kind of stopped there. There's been some action, but no blood in that mid lane. Dragon is up on clearing some vision. We don't have level 6s from the junglers just yet. They'll be hitting that on their next camp or two. And that's where I really think the big brawls start to come through, especially with the likes of resets from either Jinx or Tristana being the beneficiary of those ultimates paying off.
I just love that we get a Yasuo versus Tristana match. Like, we came in today, and that first matchup with our control mages in the mid lane, I've got to say, I was a little bit disappointed that we got just control mages coming out from Rookie and Knight in the 1v1. Then game number 2, we're gifted this Yasuo matchup. Been a nice trade up in the top side as well, doing his best to stay as even as he can, but it's not very even at all. Huge lead for Chanji up there. But Rookie, I'm looking towards him. I'm looking to what he can do later on in the game. 6s have been hit across the board, and that is a scary moment for BLG, because now Aki has that Moonfall. You get a multi-man Diana ult. Things are going to go real bleak real quick for BLG.
And also with the mobility boots from Draw, very easy to set up for that if this Thresh manages to slip off the vision. Shanji popping the Ghost, but does get caught all the same. Goes for ult traded right now.
So I'm just trying to think. I'm thinking in advance of the combo. Diana Yasuo, are we calling that Moon Breath? You get the Moonfall into last breath.
That sounds like a kind of mouthwash.
Yeah.
Like, how many dentists recommend that one? Is that the 1 out of 10 dentist recommendation? Anyway, Marco's going down. Here's the Lantern. Can it save him? I don't think it can.
Oh no! The Lantern. It's sort of in the wrong direction, to be honest. I was walking the wrong side of the lane. I almost baited Photic as now
the combo
comes in as the counter engage from the side of NIP, and the rest of the gang is here. Moon Breath and Shun gets the brunt of it, regretting that mouthwash starting the day.
Yeah, and it's the last breath. There's not yours as Rookie takes down 1 kill, gets himself onto the board as well. You see that BLG, they overplayed themselves a little bit, and Draw actually pays off in regards to splitting away from his AD carry. He doesn't take that Maokai combo, opens up a Dragon, that's important. NIP, they kind of fell apart a little bit as soon as objectives went away from them in that last game. Sadly for BLG, their mid laner Knight, who was so active in the last game, in the early game, can't get to the play first this time. It's very hard to go into Fog of War against the Yasuo Diana as the Tristana. You can't really follow Yasuo if he goes into the dark.
It's really difficult. I like this draft from NIP. I like that they have come into game number 2, swinging, bringing something crazy, but now the game pace should pick up, right? Moonfall, not actually that long of a cooldown, surprisingly. You'd think it would be longer than it is, considering how powerful of an ability it is. And that's a rocket belt picked up for Aki as well. You know he's looking for these plays on repeat.
Absolutely, it gives him the extra engage range too, which is very, very important. I love how Draw plays this, actually, thinking about it. Because he knows his mid-jungler coming down quicker, he can buy himself some time, and he knows that he's tanky enough with the Glacial as well involved that BLG will have to back off. The reason that they don't stick around for this kill is that if they did, even more people would get caught in the Moon Breath. Patent pending, I suppose, but still, this combo, so long range. Now, the flash, of course, isn't going to be up for the next one, which will mean there's a bit more safety from BLG, but still, very, very dangerous if Diana can just go in and pop up that engage.
This Moon Breath, it's going to be a problem for BLG. it was a problem for Neil Armstrong's wife when he got home. It's you know,
What
it's been
are you
playing
yapping
people
about?
for decades at this point. I really don't know. BLG, they're gonna have to go Buzz Aldrin on this one, and I don't know, not have a snake in their boots, fly forward style. I don't know. Yeah. If they forward style, that means they didn't die to the moonfall, right? So they can go Buzz Aldrin on this one.
I don't
Anyway, back
even
to
know
League
how
of
to
Legends.
use that one. Well, looks like BLG are trying not to eat moon rocks with this combo. They're avoiding the diner and going straight onto Shanji with a double bop.
Yeah, what can you do? Shanji Bin even slides in to just steal the kill in the last second. However, On has been found on the top side of the map, so 2 catches simultaneously.
Okay, so NIP continually keeping themselves up in kill participation. Shanji caught out a little bit of dodge there. The problem with the Rumble is that you're great at wave clearing if you're under turret and playing weak side there. If you're not on a turret and you're against multiple people, much harder to play around that. So, bit of a misstep from Shanji. Walking on that front. Rookie, though, he is farming up very nicely. And that's going to be a bit of a problem from BLG. What BLG need to really be doing is, again, kind of trying to blow that wind wall as best as possible and then look for a big Malkout. It's kind of hard to do that, though. If you had a Sejuani, maybe you'd be tanky enough to survive that initial engage. It's kind of harder to do that, though. Hook lands. Jwo. Here is the player which has been criticized an awful lot so far in NIP's split on the whole. His playoffs run, though, against FPX and now here in the first couple of games, has been really a glow-up, though. And the Thresh has been a welcome sight for a lot of supports to return to their champion pool. It has been such a specialty pick for years.
Has, and he's looked good today. He has looked on point with these hooks so far. Managed to find his targets and just everything looking beautiful from NIP in this early game. We talked about these drilled early games coming out from them, the fact that they were able to bring them to FPX and kind of shut down the FPX strategy. And it feels like this is somewhat of a strategy from NIP to deny the lane advantages that we so often see from BLG, completely shutting out this bottom lane when it came to the pick and ban and being able to have the range advantage. Then the level 1 strategy to shut them out further, getting the counter pick for Rookie, having a rumble up top for Shanchi as well. It's really beautiful to see NIP coming in with such a great response after game number 1.
Yeah, in game number 1, they were the ones that were comprehensively shut down pretty much from laning phase. So NIP to kind of turn that question around has been very, very important here in game number 2. Significant advantage. You can see that they do have themselves the 6 grubs and that Dragon very important in terms of those objectives as we let go later on. Again, you can see if BLG can find themselves a big engage. It's kind of hard when you're behind in stats, though. No one is really tanky enough to survive that engage, and NIP, they have that flashback on the Diana. That is such an important thing. It increases the threat range so much.
On top of the rocket belt as well. You really can go from basically a screen away as Aki and find that combo.
That doesn't stop that ward. Ooh, okay, right. That's why we saw the observers toggling vision there. That vision ward's actually ended up to surviving. So BLG walk back in there, knowing that they are safe.
Also, honestly, the fact that BLG go and clear that, maybe that could have led to more. Like, you maybe just leave that control ward, right? And give them false information, false sense of security off of that vision. Rookie tries to find right in the mid lane. I'm enjoying watching this Rookie Yasuo. I feel like his mechanics have always been like one of the best things Rookie brings to the table. This is a champion that you really can flex, and with Rookie being in the form that he's in, every time the observers pad to him, I'm just like cautiously excited for what I'm gonna see.
Yeah, and we already saw him play the Yone earlier into playoffs as well, and he played it a fair amount last year as well, comparative to what he had done beforehand. Now Dragon is up, and there is all systems are go for NIP. Knight on the top side doesn't have teleport. He's walked over a vision wall, which means that NIP realize they can take this Dragon for free. There is no fight incoming. They don't have to delay. Take this one absolutely for free, because BLG do not want to face up into this combo. What BLG realistically need to do is work to blow a couple of these flashes from NIP and maybe a couple of the ultimates if they can help it as well. But if you can get Aki's flash after he's out of position, I think BLG can look for a big fight after that point a little easier. It's not completely easy, again. Chronobelt's still there. The E range from Diana is longer than you expect at points too. But if that happens, that'll be the go button.
Certainly will. Knight really cannot disrespect Rookie at all. Like, the power of being able to slide through that minion wave and close the gap. Something very difficult to deal with as Rookie clears that wave. NIP starting off a herald for themselves. I just want to quickly point out on the scoreboard as well, the CS leads that were found early from NIP, like Rookie was like 20 CS up on Knight at one point, Shanji was really far ahead of Bin. They have been somewhat mitigated now. Obviously Bin getting that kill earlier on Shanji as well will certainly help. It does feel like that gap that was opened up by NIP, not as significant as it was earlier on. The one thing I will say though is 6 Grubs, 2 Dragons, and now a Herald. That's complete objective dominance.
But the thing is, the reason why some of these CS leads have shrunk a little bit is because the way that NIP's comp works is that you need to call over multiple people to look for the engage. You can't really just have one person starting it. You need the Diana and the Yasuo. The only real exception to that is a good hook landing from Dwarf, which means that you have to call people away from lanes. And we can see that BLG, they've been pretty happy to say, look, we don't really want to face up even 4v4, 5v5. Shanji here as well just has to wave clear as best he can, because you can see that BLG, they're trying to farm up on as multiple waves as they can while being respectful of that combo. Problem is, if you pay too much respect, then of course things will fall apart and you don't get access to that farm which you've been fighting for all this time.
Pop-up comes on through. Quickness is there as well. Photic almost going down and drops a thumbs up as well. It's like, ooh, 2 ultimates for that one. I'll take that.
This is on the backside of that. So this is kind of awkward timing here for BLG to look for that play too. If they'd gotten that play, it would be nice to get some control over vision, but now Shun going down towards bot side. There's no wind wall here to save it. Aki's here to protect though. BLG maybe aware of his presence. They go back away from that play. All the same though, Photic, it's not like him being off of midway for a little bit but loses them anything. It's not like there's a Dragon to go over, it's not like there's a Baron to go over or anything like that without the Jinx being present in mid lane. So BLG, they get themselves, you know, the Ghost, and that's it.
I want to throw another statistic towards you here, Nomura.
All right.
We talked about BLG, when they're ahead at 15 minutes, 100% win rate, right? They haven't lost a game where they're ahead at 15 minutes. Well, it was a 2,000 gold lead for NIP at 15 minutes. And BLG, the easiest team ever when it comes to these statistics, because their win rate with a deficit of 15 is 0%. They either win the early game or they lose the game. Now, there's only 5 games this year where they didn't win that early game, but this will be the 6th. NIP off to a stonking start, and BLG have yet to show us this year that they can win from behind.
And in this game, the problem is you can't just go in for a full 5v5. You need to take away some of these big tools. It's going to be very hard to do that. Again, big push coming in from NIP, and they're threatening this mid lane now. And every time this happens, you have to think about, where is Aki?
Equalizer comes down. That's the Moonfall that doesn't really lead to anything, but Aki manages to keep himself alive. The ward turns invisible while he's in Sonya, so he can then take the lantern. Shanji denying Bin the flank as well, and Aki gets out of dodge.
So that's going to be Seekers down. That's something taken away, but again, he still has that flash. Next time his ult's available, needs to be very, very careful. Now Rookie charging up his own Q on those waves. Might be a bit of a threat next time they come through. BLG, what plays can they realistically make? They have to be so careful of those hooks as well. As you said in draft, the Flay can set up for the last breath as well. So lots of things that BLG have to be respectful of. And during all this time, when they've been pushed in this mid lane and that Herald got huge value, BLG have lost a lot of their wards, which they had set up. They did have a good pocket of vision towards the bottom side of the map. That doesn't exist now. We have Dragon coming up in a minute. They have 1 control ward on the bot side, which maybe Bin can use to teleport to around that fight. But if they give up this next Dragon against Soul Point, against a team that they've not even been able to take flashes away from, BLG are going to be in a really, really hard situation. And credit to NIP to putting them in there after the game 1.
Yeah, really great bounce back from NIP here. And now we get to the exciting part, don't we? In 20 seconds, the Drake spawning. BLG all fresh off of resets. They've got as much item as possible. And they've got quite a deep ward there that's just out of range of the control ward, and in fact the control ward moved anyway. Potential for something. Bin has that TP available as Rookie pushes in. BLG, they've certainly got the mechanical skill within this roster to make outplays, but outplays they must make.
Another thing which is going to make their job a little harder as it comes to this, Aki, what's he doing here again? Aki and Rookie on the same screen. Have to just hold your breath. Going to be the last one, but they're tanky. Rookie's going for the ice spawn. Shanji going for a bit of tank as well. The solo lane is not easy to burst out and get resets, but they have enough of a lead to still do damage. Dragon started up. It's not like there's a Kalista for a Ren this time. We could be going for a flip, but if you give that flip, Photic starts to get excited.
BLG moving behind everyone. The Flame Chopper's down, and Shun just caught out. Forced to flash. The Equalizer still burns him, though, as the Moonfall goes in. NIP, absolute chaos on the Rift. BLG torn asunder, but Bin finds one. Elk still going as Rookie and Shanji are there to cut him down. Bin in a 1v2 against the NIP solo laners, and he knows he's got no shot. NIP take their third Drake.
BLG venture into the dark, and they find a death sentence waiting for them. Dro's hook is what really ends up winning this fight for NIP, because Shun doesn't get to do anything this fight. BLG now sit down at an increasing gold lead. They're going to lose this bot side tower potentially as well. Actually, Bin might just be high enough health to wave clear that one, but still, Soul point, extra kills going over. BLG, at least they take away some flashes from the carries of NIP, but still, losing comprehensively in the team fights that we were worried about. Felt like when all tools are available, NIP just have so much more to bring to bear when they're on the objective first. Hook out a Fog of War into full CC. The Equalizer over the top is a good one. Also tags Elk as well. And by the time Shun flashes out, he's already burning down to the DOT. He dies for free pretty much. And Bin's flank on the other side basically does nothing because the engages came in to rearrange where Diana and Yasuo are on the table too. Bin doesn't even get to catch them in his flank.
Man, I swear this NIP composition, let's call it Moonbase Alpha, because not only have you got the Moonbreath combo, you got an orbital strike from the Moonbase. Shanji launching missiles into the backline and absolutely shredding them. I mean, there's just not, and even Photic is a rocket scientist, literally. it couldn't be more Moonbase military stuff. I'm struggling.
One of my favorite things. One of my favorite things about the Apollo 11 landing is so Michael Collins, which is the astronaut which people forget about sometimes, so people didn't walk on the moon, gave a suggestion for the first thing to say on the moon was just go, "Oh my God, what is that?" and then just to cut off the radio. Imagine how that would have gone all those years ago. Glad to see that comedy was still on the minds of the astronauts that they did that too. NIP might be one small step in this series, but it'll be a giant leap ahead from where they were after that game one. Let's see if they can, again, just push BLG. The fact that they can beat them in a game shows that they can go even more beyond that. I think a lot of people who are predicting a 3-0 can understand why, but you can see what NIP are bringing to the table here.
Great to see having this presence on potentially caught out. He is on Rakan. Never really quite catch Rakan out, and instead turns it into an engage as Knight jumps into the action. Buster shot though, and the Moonbreath lands once more. On goes down, but Rookie is low. Elk survives, and he takes one with him. Rookie to fall. This is 4v4, but Shun can't escape. There's so much flying at him. It's debris as the shuttle leaves the station, and explosions as NIP head to the Baron.
Yeah, Houston, we have a problem. There's a lot of very dangerous people on the other side. BLG, they do not have the vision control. They do not have the safety. They don't have the tank to survive this combo. They're teleporting in for one last gasp as Knight is here.
Knight trying to make it happen. Bin on the flank as well. Don't commit to the play in the end. Photic is searching for this Aatrox, but Bin he's well out of there. He's all the way over to Mars by now as he escapes the play. But importantly, BLG stop that Baron.
They do. That's an important moment. Problem is, doesn't solve their problem of walking into that same area of the map. They haven't really, well, we'll see when we come out alive what they manage to get themselves some more vision control after the resets come through, but see that it's so hard to cut through the first players in this situation. Massive ultimate coming through. Knight does get out, but Knight's effectively out of the fight despite the fact that he escapes. That's damage done. They do take down the Yasuo. There is a reason why Yasuo does go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, because they do tend to die on their own engages a lot of the time, but it makes it just that little bit harder. Now, BLG getting onto the top side of the map, they do get themselves a pocket of vision. Problem is, if the fight isn't around this dragon, around the Baron, it's going to be around the dragon, which they don't have vision control there. So they kind of have two different sides of the map they need to be worried about. One is secure for now, the other very much isn't.
I've got to say, I don't feel like this is over just yet, because what we saw in that fight is NIP's composition. On the start of the fight, you know, you've got this insane combo. It does feel a little bit one and done. If Elk survives that combo, if he's got good health and any kind of engage remaining with BLG, there is a lot of potential for post-fight cleanup from Elk. Potentially, you know, Knight with the rocket jump resets. If Bin can get on a flank on the Aatrox, we know what he can do. Bin 2-0-2, by the way, this game. Considering how that laning phase started, he's actually even in CS and has been having an impact.
So that's actually why I want to put the microscope onto Shanji. So Shanji has built this on the Rumble before. It's a battle Rumble. You're not there just to burn people down with maximum damage over time and AP scalings and whatever. He goes towards the Randuins a little later into his build, and we do see a pick onto Aki.
Damage onto Aki, goes for the Moonfall, but there's no combo there, and now Bin arrives on the scene. Aki is caught out with 17 seconds until Drake comes up. Aki's got nowhere to go, and he will go down. Shun finds Shanji on top of it as well. The combo is there. Shun, you gotta survive this one. They need you for the spike.
Oh, the rocket!
The rocket's in! And Shanji lives through as Photic on the resets the lantern to get him out. Safety death sentence slides as Rookie finds out, but Elk flashes away. Photic now getting the rockets out. Elk corralled by NIP as Rookie closes the distance, but Elk slides out the bottom side of the play. NIP somehow still in it.
We are recalculating our flight paths in this one. Elk, he might have found himself into a bit of an asteroid field. It's a Hex Flash into death. He'll skate no more. BLG, they do find the Diana. That's an important part. You don't see the big wombo coming out of Rookie, but they still just don't have the stats at this point. NIP managed to chase down. We were worried about what Bin could do, what Elk could do in a cleanup. We very nearly saw that, but it won't be enough to save the soul just yet, unless there's one last twist. I don't think there will be.
Bit of Morse code coming out. NIP saying, save our Dragon Souls. And they will get that Ocean Soul now taken in. As this just starts with absolute chaos. The combo doesn't work out for NIP.
And the big thing is, as you said, what happens if Elk is not part of the combo? I'm actually not sure if Rookie was in range result there. Sometimes the Yasuo follow-up range can be a little bit shorter than you think. See that Knight, though, massacred on the backside of this. A hook lands and draw, once again proving his value in this one. This is also the value of the Randuins coming in from Shanji. It helps him stay alive, the extra stats. It also slows down the follow-up a little bit too. And to allow Photic to start stacking up that Get Excited. It has to flash back to the Lantern, though, as clutch stuff there. Almost flashed into the Electroshock laser, which could have ended that fight. Such hectic fights, BLG, showing that they are... Oh, we're back in the live, folks!
Oh, it's all kicking off, and suddenly it's Photic. I don't know how this happened, but the Moon Breath lands once more. BLG, they need a minute to survive this one as the Buster Shot. Knight still going on this one, as On escapes on the bottom side of the play. Aki trying to get onto this backline. Bin must go huge if BLG want to survive this series, but he just walks away with his tail between his legs. NIP, the Moon Breath works out. Baron's on the cards, and Shanji hunting for extras. Bin caught, can't teleport, and will burn on down.
Oh, NIP, the combo lands again. Really does feel like NIP came in with a lot of confidence even after that game one, and you can't blame them for it when they're playing it out like this. They have their Infinity Edge spikes on their carries. They're going to have themselves Ocean Soul and Baron to boot as well. They will start taking control, well and truly control of this game. They managed to catch out a really good engage with the Maokai ult, but you can see that there's already a cleanse coming through. They get the Jinx, but even with that, they don't have the stats to survive the Wombo just after this point. I think Knight, you know, he tries to find himself a great position in here, but the Wind Wall already kind of stops him from getting optimal damage. A hook afterwards from Draw. What a great game he's having this Thresh again. BLG are not able to find the entrance or the follow-up to the fights that they really want.
Moonbase Alpha strikes again. The Moon Breath, the equalizer, everything working out.
That's not a moon, it's a Wombo combo. This battle station is fully operational.
Planet destruction here. Planetary destruction? I don't know. NIP either way. Happy with the way this one's going. Astronauts in pajamas? Question mark. It doesn't quite start.
I was going to go with ninjas in orbit.
Wait, Nauts in pajamas. it all makes sense. Oh dear. NIP though, I love the way they're doing this, and dare I say, bringing out this composition against BLG, coming into this series after game number one being so one-sided and finding this win. This feels a little bit like Mojo to me. This feels a little bit like Mojo, and if anyone's ever had it, it's Rookie.
So NIP, they need one last fight to carry themselves over this finish line. Elder in 3 minutes, I think they can fight before that. Here comes the equalizer. I think it's just for the turret right now, but it's enough damage to force the carries back. BLG scrambling once again.
The equalizer comes down. You just hear the horns in the distance. Pa, 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 pa. Wait, I was trying to do Helldivers, but that was just the Avengers. I always do that. As On just caught out here. Oh, the ignite not quite enough. Does dash out to safety, but Shun might not be so lucky. Aki only gets one with the Moonfall, and BLG are still alive. Aki caught the wind wall. Is so obnoxious, and Aki walks away with his life. He's got that Ocean Soul as well, so the sustain is there for NIP as they continue to search. But Bin with the World Ender wants to find Chwo, gets the chains on with a knock-up as well. The knock-up only on to Bin here as I gets onto the back line. Keep your eyes on Elf though, because Rookie has found him, and Bin is alone. Photic winning at the speed of light, and NIP go even in the series.
It's one store step for man, one giant one-more combo for NIP. They bring us to an even series in a matchup which no one thought they'd be able to take a game off of largely. BLG, they had the most dominant split we have ever seen in this format. Only the 6th game they have lost this year. NIP, they show up with confidence, they show up not being cowed by that game 1, and what a game to show it off with. I love this combo, I want to see more of it, and I want to see how much they have left in those solid fuel rocket boosters for this series.
I can quite happily tell you all that the Eagle has landed indeed. NIP, the Noughts in pajamas, land on the moon and find themselves game number 1. We're going to go, game number 2, sorry, their first game. We're going to jump into a break and find out how this series continues.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey. Yeah, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm allowed to be afraid of, keep going but go. Never give up till I do what I told you. I really got nothing. We'll make amends here. We're the ring that we must remain.
Hello everyone, we have liftoff here in our series. I'm joined by Nymera after a ridiculous second game in our series. NIP bite back using a Yasuo Diana combo to get themselves on the scoreboard. What a way to get yourself into a series.
And, you know, we would say, oh, it's not rocket science. Apparently it is to beat BLG. That's what you need. Joel walks away with an MVP. I think this Thresh was phenomenal. The lanterns were fantastic. The hooks were even better. It looked unplayable for Knight in a lot of those fights because Joel was just completely drawn a bead on the Tristana. This Thresh, game-changing.
Yeah, I mean, the lantern's fantastic. Obviously, all of the setup in the early game, but his hooks later on in the game, it felt like he just couldn't miss a target, honestly.
And it's the thing is, when you're judging a Thresh player, the hooks are the flashy bit. The lanterns are really the bread and butter of this as well, though. And he does both so well. Different Thresh players across time have kind of specialized in one bit or another. He did it all right here. Again, blocking up the Maokai ult, playing out the Maokai from a perfect combo, waiting around for the rest of the fight, getting himself multiple hooks throughout the fight as well. We zoom in on the one that he misses because it's so obvious. But then he hits Knight at the end of it, so he even gets the hook towards that too. Honestly, Dro and so many other champions, or rather players of the champion in the LPL, it's so great to see this guy back. Good to see Dro back. Good to see Thresh back. It really changes the way that supports influence the game.
And Joel had a really good series in the previous series as well against FPX, so exciting to see him performing today as well. I'm just chuckling because that's the first time, like, LPL observers love to flame a player. That's the first time I've seen them do it in an MVP highlight reel before. Fantastic game though coming out from NIP.
Maybe they're just highlighting the one hook he missed. Maybe that's the only thing. It's like, oh, we had to search the tape. It's the one we found.
Yeah, the follow-up though is still hitting on tonight. Still a fantastic game from him, and still such an entertaining draft to watch from NIP. And I'm curious if they can find anything similar throughout this series, if this is just a one-time strategy, whether they're willing to go for the Diana Yasuo more than once in the series. I can't imagine it's something BLG are going to directly ban.
That's the thing, right? Because first round bans kind of have to be Ahri and Talia. Or, well, maybe if you're on blue side, maybe things change. Maybe now you're on blue side for BLG, you ban out the Talia, you threaten the first pick Ahri, and then actually BLG don't have the ability to set up that composition quite as easily again. I think that also frees up stuff like the Rumble ban on blue side. I think you can do that very easily. On red side, we'll see. So I think this is very much a blue side comp, given the amount of bans that we're seeing in this series going towards certain roles. So I don't expect this in the next game. I'd imagine that both of these teams are choosing blue side every single chance they can get.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm assuming that BLG will go back over to the blue side here for game number 3. We'll see what they're going to do in the draft coming out from this one. But it does feel like we're getting more and more draft scenarios where NIP can find themselves big advantages. Like the lane swap scenario where they go for that Nautilus, they're playing against Renekton, and they find that lane swap to get a huge advantage in game number 4 against FPX. They did it earlier in the year against TT and then refined it coming into playoffs. It does feel like this is a team that are becoming quite complex. They've got, you know, quite often you've got the good teams just kind of play meta. It feels like NIP very much are bringing their own flavor to playoffs, and it's not just a singular flavor. This is like a Neapolitan team, you know? It's not just the vanilla. You've also got a bit of chocolate in there. You've got a bit of strawberry in there. It's flavorful gameplay, that's for sure.
I can't believe you've done this. You can't just drop to me like ice cream analogies that fly like that. I gotta prep for that. Oh, man. All the same, we got ourselves a sweet treat in that last one. A sorbet of League of Legends. It felt like really top-tier stuff. And, you know, I think Aki, big game for him as well. A lot of conversations around NIP hinge around Draw and Aki. I think that in game 1, they both got shut down through laning phase and then through early vision control from BLG. It didn't really give them much chance to play into the game. Second game, both Aki and I think Draw ended up having a much more pronounced impact. Draw walking away with another MVP. We've already talked about he has bounced back enough. And now we have... I like to think we have that kind of, you know, that copy pasta of the different kind of stages like you are here. We've got like the first you ban Ahri versus Rookie, then you ban the Talia versus Rookie, and then you just ban out the A-Sol in second round. Where are we down this list now? And is this list starting to expand and continue? Because if it is, you know, and if Rookie can influence games on more and more champions, that can unlock Ninja's potential even more.
You know, we came into playoffs talking about Rookie, talking about how he's been cursed historically, right? Like, he's not had a team that can make it to internationals in so very long. And yet NIP, not the team that people expected coming into this playoffs with their regular season seeding, like, yet they've managed to beat WE, they managed to beat FPX, are now up against BLG, up against the big dogs. They take a game, and I think shake BLG potentially. I think even BLG themselves were expecting a 3-0 here today, and I wonder how they will bounce back as we head towards our third champion select. NIP on the red side this time. And it looks like still some AD carry bans coming out, but not the same level of presence as the previous game.
Well, because BLG are on blue side, I think this is their formula. You ban the Talia, you let NIP ban the Ahri because you could first pick it. The Ahri is such a first pick threat. And again, as we were saying, on blue side, BLG can ban that Rumble. On red side, it's harder because they want to ban the Rumble, the Nautilus, the Talia, and the Ahri. Something would have to slip through. I wonder now whether it's going to be a Lucian first pick. Elk and On have been very successful with that one. That can kind of be the last of the lane dominant picks to that kind of level.
It's still Elk's most played of the year. He's got 8 games under his belt on the Lucian, and it looks good every single time he plays it. It will be locked in at the end. The question is, what do NIP have to answer? They've obviously...
Zeri. That's been the answer to Lucian recently.
So Zeri hovered. I wonder what they'll go alongside, whether you want to go for an engaged support that we have been seeing, or something like the Lulu would be available for Joao. I don't know if he wants to go for that though. Things like the Rakan as well, we've seen quite often alongside the Zeri, just because Rakan is such a valuable champion to have.
I can get a look in that Vi as well. So that's important because Shun, big player of the Vi, and you don't want Zeri to play into the Vi. Now the only way you're going to get yourself a Vi ult now is if you lock in a Sylas, which used to be the meta, less so nowadays. I mean, we saw a Yasuo last game. Maybe we'll see that come out. I'm not going to throw that one.
Do it. We'll see, we'll see. I don't think it's going to happen. But Sean, going for the Zinzan, we're going a little bit classic here with BLG. We're going to the point where it wouldn't actually surprise me that much to see a Karma in the mid lane from Knight at this point. I wonder if NIP do go for this.
No!
Oh, Yuumi!
No! I thought we'd escaped this curse. She's back. The cat's back in the bot lane. Well, I suppose we had ourselves a Twitch the other day. It wouldn't surprise me to see that cat coming into us.
The one thing I will say, like, Yuumi down in the bottom side with you against Lucian army, like, this is a comp so far that can definitely threaten dives, and Yuumi, famously, not that great into dives.
So the thing is, I don't mind the Yuumi on an analytical level. It just feels like a personal objection to this champion, what has brought to pro play over the last few years. Either way, really, really good at flying in. Alongside that, you know, buffing up the Zeri can help in terms of the laning phase too, absolutely. Having Enchanter versus Enchanter. And then also the other thing now is that if you are this Xin Sao going into, you know, one thing that can happen is the Vi doesn't even have to dive the back line all the time. You can lock up the front line. If you have that, you also have the Zeri with the slow on the ultimate, kind of buying space for that Zeri. The rundown team fights and denying that initial engage from tidal waves and the Xin Sao going in can be very, very powerful from NIP. We have left a lot of top side open available for this one though. That does mean that potentially I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to even see an Asol for hand just because Rookie has been so big at that, but we'll see what BLG really starts to value here. They might even ban away the TF. That could also be another big ban to take away from Shanji's lane dominant champions.
So LeBlanc taking off the board too. Nico and Karma available for Knight if he does want to go more into that setup and their supportive style. That shouldn't be more of the carry there. Like you say, Twisted Fate could be taken off the board. Even things like Sante potentially, that's something Shanji's playing loads. The Udyr as well, a champion that Shanji has loved over the course of the year. Renekton has been a big playoffs pick for him. Though he's had hit and miss performances on the champion, it is going to be the Azir taken away from Rookie.
So that's the long-range DPS from backline. I also think Hui raises in value now with so many mid-lane bans. I think that could also be a fine fourth pick, and then you leave counter pick for Shanji. That could work for it. You want something that can stand in the backline and just be, again, another anti-dive, long-range champion, if at all possible. I don't know if I like the blind pick of top lane. I feel like that leaves a lot for Bin to answer with on the top side. So it is going to be a long-range back lane. It's not going to be the Hui, it's going to be that Asol, one of the 3 power picks for Rookie we highlighted coming in for this series.
So Knight gets counter pick in the mid lane. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table against Asol. I would love to see, I mean, I don't know Asol's matchups well enough to really dictate the bans here, but I would love to see like an Akali or something they can get.
The best counter pick into Asol ever is actually Fizz, because as soon as he presses Q, Fish, You want something that can punish ASOL from standing still in that queue. It's not always the largest window of time, but anything which can have long-range CC to get on top of this ASOL and punish him for trying to sit in that pocket. Very, very valuable. There are some fun champions being hovered, and we get Knights Syndra. This is a fun matchup. I love this.
This is an absolute classic from Knight. Like you said, can punish. If he stands still, you just go for the stun, right? But also, I mean, he's just one of the very best to ever do it. Like, the hiding the balls in the wall to get stuns on JDG all the way back in 2020. Making a name for himself in the mid lane on this pick. He's just unstoppable with the Syndra in his hands.
And, you know, we've been so blessed with our mid lane matchups. Game 1, I didn't even mind seeing a classic mage versus mage in terms of the Orianna versus Sway. The second game, Tristana, Yasuo, yes please. And this third one with, you know, some real history and some real current form in terms of history of the Syndra, the current form of the ASOL for Rookie. Such an important matchup there. They will both stack up alongside each other. Of course, the Syndra gets the shards, which allow her to upgrade her abilities. Less early lane pressure than Syndra used to have in the past, but still can threaten this ASOL at the right kind of moment. Gonna be hard to cut through that Vi and Cassante in the important moments, though. And that Vial onto the Syndra means that Knight will have to position exceptionally. We know he can, he needs to this game.
He has a 75% win rate on this pick over the years, 43 to 14 in games. If there's anyone that can position right and make it work on Syndra, it's Knight. Let's see if it's going to be enough against Rookie's ASOL. We saw what Rookie was able to do on this pick in the previous series. It was dominant versus Care, but he's not against Care anymore. He's against Knight. He's against a signature pick. This is going to be a mid lane matchup to keep your eyes on. Aggressive junglers to influence it as well. We're going into game number 3, and NIP are challenging BLG in a way that not many people expected today. They've brought all kinds of strategies out, and now bring the Yuumi to the table for game number 3.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒。野性。
I don't know if you saw it. There was a sign there that the cameras.
Is that the
featured.
WE team is the best?
Yeah,
do you reckon
we
they're
team is
cheering
best?
against? Do you reckon that's? Do you reckon they're cheering against NIP because they knocked them out now? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Team WE or if it's just really terrible syntax saying we team is the best. Either way, confusing sign to say the very least. Here we go though. Photic trying to fight for some level of existence down here.
Wow,
as
level
Rookie
1 fight.
is moving down. Knight's here already. We've got a 3v3, but Shun's on the way over as well. So this will turn into Rookie forced to flash over the wall. And all in all, BLG, they'll take that.
I mean, Rookie gets like 3 procs of his passive and starts stacking Stardust. What do we take from that? Whatever, Rookie blows his flash. This happened the last time he played it too, funnily enough, and he walked away with a quadra kill away from that game, so I'm not going to be calling that from blowing flashes early enough. But still, you can see how much of a fist fight both of these lanes are. I know that, you know, we've seen a lot of Lucian Nami versus the Zeri Lulu and the Zeri Yuumi over time as well. You can get big advantages very early on. It's a lot about spacing. It's a lot about buying yourself that extra auto attack. See that Photic can draw up. Try to get the best of it early.
I mean, honestly, this matchup, or this and rather the Lulu mostly more than the Yuumi, was the matchup that Elkanon built a big name for themselves.
Yeah.
When it came to MSI last year, you think about Elkanon playing this Lucian Nami. I feel like this was their best 2v2 back then. And now headed towards another MSI, potentially, if they can perform in the way that everyone expects them to in this playoffs. Seeing them back on the Lucian Nami in a similar matchup, you expect them and want to see them perform in this matchup again.
And we can see that Photic can draw. They missed a couple of those Yuumi Qs earlier. I think it's about 3 or 4 missed so far, which is actually a lot for this early into the game. And of course, the health differential tends to stick this early into the game before you have multiple points into Nami W and have some enchanter items on both sides as well to kind of like even up that health trade a little more. When you see that Shun, because of that bot side differential, has managed to go into the enemy jungle. Doesn't steal camps, but knows that Aki isn't there. He will be walking over a ward himself, though, to achieve this, so he was spotted going into the river. Rookie versus Knight in this mid lane. We've seen a couple of combos land from Knight. And again, big thing about Syndra, less easy to get those stacks in terms of, you know, just kind of farming in the way that Asol can. But if you double hit skills onto an enemy champion, it gives you one of those shards, and that will start to increase throughout the game as well. And that's when you get online.
And if there's anyone that can make that work, it's Knight. Shun, though, going for an invade on the top side, knows he's stronger than Aki right now. As Rookie sees his angle to go for a trade and will get a bit of damage down onto Knight. Mid laners potentially roaming here as Shun threatens onto even the Krugs. Shun does not want to give Aki a single inch.
You can see that BLG utilizing the fact that they have 3 pushing lanes very, very effectively. Shun immediately getting into the enemy jungle. In fact, one of the clips that we showed before this series was Knight going into the enemy jungle. Aki's been spotted here, and again, the 3 lanes, the winning vision is going to put Aki in danger.
They want the fight here. Aki potentially knocked up, and Shanji's already low as well. Bin just stands his ground as he's flanked by Aki, but he knows that they win that 2v2.
Photic and Draw, very low HP again. We did kind of highlight that a couple of those Yumi Qs have gone wide at the level 1 mark, and it means that the health differential has kind of stuck in this lane as they haven't backed just yet. Alkanon trying to stop them from crashing this wave now. You can see that's why Photic and Draw were stood up so far. They wanted to get a clean reset in. Now it's going to be frozen. They have to reset anyway. You know, they went back to get themselves that refill pop. They took another hard trade or 2, and that's what we're going to see on this picture-in-picture, I'd imagine, where, yeah, they just get themselves hard traded back on, which means that they don't crash that wave. It means they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Rookie also going to be potentially in trouble in mid lane.
And you see the... Oh, nice little trade there. You do see the power of this Nami in the matchup as well. Is like, even if Photic positions so as not to get hit by the bubble, which is kind of what you have to do, it just means Lucian gets another round of ability plus double auto onto you. It's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Wait, are you
can
telling
see,
me
look
it's
at the
actually a zoning? Are you telling me it's actually a zoning bubble? We found it, everyone. It's the zoning
the
bubble.
real zoning bubble. Yeah, Elk absolutely dominating this matchup. 40 CS against 20 versus Photic. And yes, the wave is slightly stacked, but it ain't 20 minions stacked, that's for sure. This is going to be tough for Photic to recover.
Also means that Shun is going to be on bot side as this wave pushes out. They're trying to just, again, slowly push this one out. Shun will be on bot side before this dragon goes down, which means that Aki needs to be a little bit careful. This timing might not work out for him. Knight's teleport back into mid lane with tier 2 boots, which means he roams to plays earlier. Trying to sneak away this dragon ASAP, but I don't think Shun has spotted this out just yet. Yeah, Aki knows that there's a danger coming in from bot side. He needs to be careful here, honestly. Might just about get away with it.
Shun goes for the Krugs instead, and that'll mean Aki does get away with this Drake in the end. So Aki sees his window, goes for it, and will be rewarded for that cheeky little dragon take there. Nice start for NIP, as I said that. I was a little nervous about how slow it was going down after I'd already kind of committed to them taking it. And they will get that first Drake though. But look at the gold lead. This is an absurd gold lead for 6 minutes in when basically nothing's happened.
Ooh.
Knight taking some big damage. Rookie's found his angle. Knight burnt down. Doesn't flash. The man has ice in his veins.
Oh my word. The thing is, Rookie with that big trade does get a lot of Stardust from that one. By hitting so many abilities, does get a decent amount of that, which means he's going to be quicker towards his second cooldown of that ultimate, being the actual Sky's Descent. It's a thing which sometimes ASOL players going to miss out on, taking a hard trade with your base ultimate just to get some Stardust for that next one. So we'll see whether Rookie can use that one a little easier. Getting himself onto decent footing early on. It's going to be dangerous signs for BLG. This ASOL has brought some massive victories for NIP recently.
Yeah, the biggest problem as well is like Knight, he's got back to half HP using pots and that, and he has his ultimate. So now it's just grubs for free, essentially. There's no way to contest with the Rookie having that ultimate down. And the trades just continue. This is the life of Azeri in this matchup, unfortunately, but the CS lead is continuing to increase. And this time, Rookie blows Knight's flash as well. Well played by Rookie in this matchup to get these advantages.
Yeah, honestly, this ASOL, again, been such a power pick for Rookie. Typically, it's the Knight that kills the dragon. This time, I think we're flipping the script just a little bit. Rookie showing that he doesn't care for your fairy tales unless it's his own.
Let's see if it's St. George there, or if it's one of the Knights in the Round Table from Monty Python.
Sir does not
Only
appear in this
time will
movie, my
tell.
personal favourite. On second thought, let us not go to mid lane. It is a silly place.
Yeah. They dance whenever they're able, that's for sure. Let's see if Knight is the one that pushes the pram a lot. Elk crashing a wave in the bottom side. Speaking of prams, I'm just going to babysit him as they walk back out.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see how the game has evolved into how the bot lane has been pushing. I mean, the big difference in this game, and it shows in the Gold League and it shows on the CS, is Elk and On's lane understanding, once they get themselves early trades going in their favor, is second to none in the LPL. It's why I was worried about Lucian lanes being priority in this series. I think that Forte can draw. They've had themselves some good moments, but Elk and On are a level above, particularly on the Lucian duos. They're some of the very best in the world. That's Shin stopping another recall, buying an exhaust again, going from bad to worse in the bot side for NIP.
Gets the knock-up. Shun has a lot of damage here. I think if that W hits, maybe it's a heal or a flash forced as well. Nice bit of play coming out from Shun, punishing the enemy bot lane.
So what that means is that's going to be delaying on the back of what? About 10 seconds or so, maybe even a bit more than that. Call it about 15. That means you're going to be 15 seconds late to wave, which means that Elk and On, they're going to get themselves a very quick crash here on the bot side. They can potentially walk beyond the wave. Shun can come with them as well, beyond that tower. Aki's been spotted on top side. Knight's being traded on the mid lane, but it really does feel like bot side, yeah, just look at this Lucian army. They might be able to just walk beyond the wave and threaten them there.
Bit of an overstep on that one from Rookie in the trade. Yes, he gets half a Knight's health, but loses half of his own taking a tower shot. And that's his ultimate on cooldown. Knight still yet to use that unleashed power. But we know that he's got that power hidden away somewhere. Just waiting for him to unleash it. As once again, Shun looking for this 1v1. We'll find the smite. Aki forced away again.
So that bot side jungle play stealing that Gromp, that's kind of one of the lowest kind of payoff scenarios for what happened with stopping the recalls of bot lane. It could have been, you know, denying of something here. They actually need to be very careful walking up like this. But all of this bot side play comes from Shun stopping the back of Photo Control because they weren't there in time to defend the wave crash and meaningful kind of time. And that means they've given up control in this bot side jungle. They need to be very, very careful.
Photic caught by the culling here, level 6 to Photic's level 5. Now so little HP as he tries to get back into this lane, but Elk is just going to body block him. He's just not going to let him anywhere near this wave. And I love that Elk and On, they've just stopped pushing now. They're like, no, 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 no. You have to leave your tower. You have to come and fight us if you want any of this CS.
And all of this comes from just very good understanding of trades and reset timings and then how to use that to exacerbate a lead. Photo Control, they're trying to clear some vision, and they've done a decent job of that. They've managed to keep themselves alive, but they're not exactly keeping themselves on the wave, as you said before that point as well. Aki, because he's spotted on the top side of the map as well, kind of irregularly by these wards, it means that BLG, they know that they're safe. They know there's not going to be a Viol flying across the wall. And also, because Rookie is trading in the mid lane, it means that he doesn't have his big ultimate, or even just the regular one, available if he wants to roam bot side for a play there as well. So, honestly, incredible play from Shun, Elk, and On in a 3v3 bot side play. We said that this draft, the first 3 champions locked in, it's like, oh, this is like classic BLG, this is classic meta. You understand why it's meta when you can play it like this.
And this is the thing, like, BLG, because they are a team that wins early game and snowballs, there's like this assumption that they are always really bloody, right? And for anyone that's not been watching a lot of the regular season, there's been a lot of slow games like this from BLG, because one of the biggest strengths this team has is just kind of lane kingdom against people, where they do find these massive individual advantages. Shanji looking for an advantage of his own up top. Then just stuns him, walks underneath the tower, dodges the Q3, and will survive the all-out from Shanji. Been quite happy in this matchup.
Yes, of course, we'll see whether we'll see the revival of Kashanji once again later into the game as one of his specialty champions. Has a win on the Rumble, might give himself a win on his other 2 of his godlike champions in that top lane. Behind for now, for Thornmill, first item definitely helps against the Zeri and the, against the Lucian and the Renekton, even the Shinsao as well. Elk and On, though, on the other side of the map, making it very hard to play around your carries late game. The Cassante needs to frontline for someone. Right now, Zeri's been put on a bit of a delayed timer. You're really waiting on Rookie to carry bits of the game until that Zeri comes online.
I just love how regularly Elk's using that culling. Hang on, Rookie. He said he has to carry, and here he comes on. Gets him with a bubble, though. Suddenly it doesn't look so good. On, burnt down, the Meteor available. On, heals himself up, steps ever so slightly out of the circle. And with Knight's TP, the play is ended.
There we go. So, Rookie can't quite make the big play we were waiting for. This does mean it's going to be 6 scrubs to BLG. We've seen how powerful 6 scrubs can be, even in this series alone. Again, if you get yourself an opening elsewhere, Knight needs to be careful.
Will be knocked up here, forced to flash away once again. Photic, though, may have to do the same. Flash comes out from Elk. and it's enough. Photic gets away.
That is so close. I think that was just a last-minute shield coming in from Draw to save that. Aki now caught out in the enemy jungle. Stun coming through.
The worm is on the other foot, Aki. This time Knight's got you. Another flash, another escape. We are still at 0-0 somehow on the scoreboard, despite a reasonable amount of action. But the gold lead's still 2.5 in favor of BLG.
NIP, can they keep their first blood rate up? They are so good at getting those first bloods. They've given it a good shot, but Rookie without, well, he does have flash, has to blow it immediately. So now both mid laners down that crucial summoner spell.
There's only 3 flashes on the entire map right now for BLG, having all 3 of them. Look at the summoner spells from NIP. The only one available is Smite for Aki. So BLG definitely in a position where for the next couple of minutes, they really do have control.
They just really hate the lore of League of Legends, the old one. There's like there are no such thing as summoners anymore. Why should we have their spells? I reject this. I want to have modern League of Legends, no summoners involved, and they'll play without them.
I love that there is still just a couple of references though in voice lines and whatnot. Rookie gets his recall cancelled there. That's a W from Elk as he's moved to the mid lane now.
See what's going to happen here. Vi does have ultimate, pretty dangerous, but we're going to back off there. What I would love is, I'd love there to be an in-lore story about why the summoners don't exist anymore, why everyone's forgotten them. I think that would be so cool. It'd be real mysterious and stuff. We'll wait for that someday. You can take notes of it.
There was a coup, a champion uprising. They don't want to be mind-controlled any longer.
The summoners lived in harmony until, like, Zeri attacked. Which champion started this off? Oh, maybe Aphelios, 100 years, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of miss the old lore. It didn't make much sense, but you know what? I was okay with that. It reminds me of like back in the day, story wasn't really as important for video games. They're like it's changed over the years, and I feel like a good example of like modern storytelling in competitive or like in multiplayer games is like Helldivers. I feel like really showing like mastery of what you can do, and just like a little bit of world building goes a very, very long way.
Turns out you let people take their story and make it their own, and you just react to that, and that's kind of fun. It's actually a very interesting conversation about how you go about creating non-kind of standard stories like that. This one's a bit more of a standard story, though, into the mid lane and for BLG as well, so kind of briefly back towards the game. The Herald used that, and now suddenly, when you're playing against the Lucian army, oh, right on the top side.
Trying to get onto Knight here, the stun gonna come on through, unleash power, but it's Aki tanking the tower. Knight goes down. First blood taken by NIP, but can they escape? The tidal wave, perfectly aimed, as Aki tries to save his mid laner, sacrifices himself and trades.
Almost a good turnaround play on the other side. Shanji maybe looking for a 1v1, all out through the wall.
Gorgeous Q3, pulls Bin back into the fray and forces a flash.
Here comes Zeri though. Zeri can hop over the walls. There is a chance that we get a dive because the bot lane of NIP is coming down. I think with the Dominus pop, that's no longer an option. He can definitely give it a try though. Can they outspace him?
Photic still wants it. Q lands from Juo as well, but Bin with the Dominus will be able to clear this wave. That felt a little bit dicey for a second, but he survives, and in the meantime, BLG got the first tower of the game. Or second tower of the game, sorry. Third tower of the game, in fact.
Third one, yeah! Turns out the overlay can lie to you sometimes. Either way, all 3 outer turrets now down from BLG. And when you have a Xin Zhao that can, you know, engage aggressively onto you, Nami, who, when you fight in the enemy jungle, closes off entire corridors of the tidal wave, and then Lucian as well. Very, very dangerous setup. A couple of minutes coming up from NIP later. Big problem here is that you just have a 2 CC combo. I think maybe Knight made a mistake in regards to which target he chose under the turret. If you're going to ult someone, it probably has to be Aki as they have that turret aggro on them. But still, this is the worry about the Syndra. You are very, very vulnerable. Luckily, they get a cleanup kill just after, though. And Lucian getting kills, very important. I think that Elk with a lead on this champion is second to none in the LPL.
Look at the item difference in the AD carry role right now. Elk is almost a full tier 3 item up. Obviously, Photic does have boots and he's got a couple of longswords in there as well, but even still, Elk is in a monstrous position on this Lucian, and we know that he is a player that can carry games. He is a player that can use this Lucian to turn it into a bigger win. It's a 3,500 gold lead, almost 4,000 in favor of BLG. They've got 6 scrubs. They've got all 3 tier 1s already. Drake has spawned onto the map, and you can see that Shun and Knight are going for that one as Aki is in the top half.
Okay, so, NIP. It's not quite as bad on the objective scenario as it was in game 1, where they were well and truly shut out, but we're still getting to the point now where they have 0 turrets. They're against 2 dragons, which is going to start increasing as the game goes on. NIP need to show us that they can fight objectives from behind a game. They haven't showed us that so far. Knight going down towards the spot side to, once again, just control one of these waves and potentially cut off Shanji, who is alone at the pass, and he's going to be cut off by BLG.
Stun will land. Shun moves in as well. There's not even a tower to run to. Shanji is going to do his best here, but Shun staying on the opposite side, so no all-out window is there. Knight takes a good shot.
Oh!
And actually, Shanji gets a flash out. My God!
Yeah,
That's some
Kasante
damage.
is a champion, folks. This champion is definitely completely okay. 0-1 and 0 now. Doesn't have a kill to his name. Very, very nearly got himself that one, though. Knight needs to be so careful. It's a big victory getting that flash off of Syndra. Syndra is not a mobile champion. That flash now suddenly off the table means that Rookie and Aki, they can start skating forwards and start trying to punish that. Even Fota can draw if they get into the backline. Very few ways for you to outplay that one now. One of the big combos which Knight wants to be playing around is to kind of get that Q ult onto someone, get loads of balls on the floor, and then use that to stun through the team. But often you need to either flash to get that combo or flash to reposition after that if someone doesn't get into that big kind of cone of fire as well.
Yeah.
So Knight, without that flash, needs to be very careful.
And there's a guy on NIP with a big mechanical
There is.
fist that's
There
very
is.
happy about a lack of flash on Knight. Aki will be over the moon and we'll be looking for chances over the next few minutes. But 2 Drakes for BLG. They got those 6 scrubs, but Baron's coming up onto the map in 45 seconds. BLG are a team that have been so willing to start Baron. They are so confident in how they play around the Baron as well. They're the 2nd best Baron team in the league. I think at Baron 72% of the time, I believe is, or 72% of their games they get Baron. I'm not entirely sure how the stat works, to be honest. I don't know why I'm trying to explain it. On takes a bit of a chunk, throws out a crying dog, and Rookie sees the cute dog, and it breaks his heart, so he walks away.
Wow, way to make me feel things much. I don't come to League of Legends to feel things. Baron percent, I believe what it is like.
That wasn't even relevant to what you said.
Yeah, you know that guy from The Simpsons? If you watch all of his like sections in the background on the TV, they actually formed like a full short movie throughout the series. Actually incredible the effort of that. Baron percentage is when a Baron dies in the game, the percentage of the time that you take it. So it doesn't mean that you get it every game, but it means that across all Barons that die in the games you're in, you have that many kind of ownership of them, basically, overall. And BLG, as we talked about that, and NIP, they're both very good objective teams. But BLG being the first place team in a record-breaking split, you expect them to have good stats like that. It's kind of like one of the follow-ups of winning lots of games in League of Legends. NIP, they have themselves some defensive vision, but it still doesn't allow them to get access to the camps. One of the big follow-on effects of losing most of the control of the map is that you lose a lot of your jungle camps with it. Bin is now going to start running towards Shanji, and because the map is so open, the team can just take their leisurely time getting towards him, and Shanji is probably on a one-way trip.
Yeah. He managed to find some kind of miracle last time. Bin doesn't get the stun. And Elk's here just to clean things up. Can he do it again? No, he can't. Elk survives quite happily on that one. He's getting close to a 3rd item at this point.
Didn't even need to use the flash for that one, so Shanji blows both summoners, and yeah, I mean, this is just NIP not having control on either side of the map. They don't have even shallow vision enough into the river to spot when BLG are making their big movements. You understand why Shanji is pushing up, because you need to push a lane to get your control somewhere, but now getting punished twice in a row here, it's just kind of dug your own grave twice. This BLG just continue to eke out extra little bits of gold lead.
And it does feel like this game is just like another bread and butter game for BLG, right? They win the early game, they snowball, they have complete control, and then they just slowly win. And you know, not the most exciting League of Legends to witness when BLG are winning quite in this manner. However, on the opposite side, NIP, they've not only got Azeri for the late game, they've got Rookie's Ace-Hole for the late game, and what we saw in the previous game, they've got Mojo. I still believe that NIP can come back in this one, but they've got to get creative if they want to.
That picture-in-picture showed BLG skirting the vision which NIP had put down. You know what? I'm actually going to take back a little bit of that criticism for Shanji. That would should have spotted them, but just didn't quite catch the whole of mid lane. So sadly didn't have the advanced notice that he thought he would do. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds, and NIP are into the river first with good vision for it. They have the Skies Descend. They don't have themselves, you know, a gold lead, but they cannot let this Dragon go down. They're in river first. So, good start for them at least comparative to their other objective plays when behind.
Well, unfortunately for them, Photic has to go catch that wave. Stun lands onto Rookie and immediately Shun dives in. Rookie forced to flash as a wave denies the escape from Aki. Shanji already lost his summoners, and Aki sent packing by Shun. BLG, they make short work of NIP's comp.
Oh, lovely entrance into that fight by Knight and Shun. They pick up the first target, they force a flash out. As soon as Rookie has to be flashing backwards, you can't make those aggressive kind of flyby plays. Can't use Disguise Descend. He's going to walk over Vision here as well now. BLG get themselves another Dragon very easily in that play. It feels like NIP, despite the fact that they had a better entrance into the river itself, cannot once again get themselves an objective from behind the plate. This is becoming a continual issue for them. If they fall behind the game, they cannot afford to keep letting these objectives go so easily.
And the thing is as well, is it's like, yeah, they were in river first, but then like nothing happens initially, and then they lose mid-prio. Photic has to go over there, and it's like, okay, what, are you going to stand in river and actually fight 4v5? I don't think so, buddy. And BLG
wet
quite
socks,
happy
stood in the
to
river.
punish them. Yeah, like, very easy find for them. Aki getting a little bit cheeky with it. He's got a control ward in there. He's waiting up in the tri-brush. Knight has that flash available.
But he has Zhonya's. It's really hard to kill the Syndra with no follow-up here. You are waiting for that miraculous angle. That's what it's come down to. Are they going to check this bush?
Look.
Haven't yet. And the rest of the team is on the way.
I said they've got Mojo. This is a Mojo play right here. If nobody checks it, Aki
Oh
is
my
behind as
word,
well.
what an angle!
Come on, is there and they find Knight! The Mojo is strong, but Knight's still surviving. Meteor down, it's not enough. The Zonya's a little late from Knight, but here we go. Bin comes into the top side, and it's an absolute brawl on the Rift. Bin keeps them away as Elf finishes off Rookie. They're culling across the team as Shun tanks on the front line. Shanji doing his best to get the team into the
Knight?
fight, but the TP from
Knight
Knight is so deep. I can't believe he's gone from that, and I can't believe he's almost surviving as well. Finally falls, but it costs everyone. BLG, they take the Mojo and they split it into pieces.
Oh, Knight! They think that NIP think that they have him in check. He puts them into checkmate with one of the weirdest teleports I've seen in recent memory. It's on Aki for a one last attempt at a steal. He had an angle before, couldn't make it work. He has one last shot to try and make something of this.
Mojo turns into Nojo for NIP. Aki caught out, and he might actually just die to Bin here as well. A TP coming on through. That's going to be Rookie rejoining the play, and Aki will survive. It's a shutdown as well. That was 500 gold bounty into Rookie's pocket. It's not a bad little swing off the back of the Baron. It's not enough, but it's something.
I mean, it means that number at the top right-hand corner of your screen on the Baron power play is a little less nice. This is a fantastic angle from Aki, considering the point in the game. CC combo perfectly done, so no Zhonya's is available or a flash out. The tidal wave manages to stop any kind of follow-up beyond that point, and the great stun from Knight means that Photic can't fly over the wall as well. I almost wonder whether Photic should have just tried to flash past that. I'm not sure if he had his ult at the start of that play, though. If he had that, he could just flash ult and look for a clean kill and to go beyond that point. He very nearly cleans up this fight again, actually. Photic very, very close on the Zeri. The Zeri is the late game insurance. Zeri Yumi, nasty, nasty combo once you get into multiple angles of attack later on. But he can't quite buy himself the space from this Renekton. Bin having a fantastic game on the Renekton yet again.
Yeah. And it's so hard to stay away as this Assault and as this Zeri from the amount of dashes, right? The Renekton, the Xin Zhao, and that Lucian. All so easily able to close the gap. Shun found, maybe a chance of a pick. He's kind of tanky. Crescent Guard comes out. Can he get away with his life? Tidal Wave splits the team. Scatter the Weak comes on in. Shanji barely any HP, and the Culling flies across the team as well. NIP just about get out with their lives, but they'll lose a tier 2 for it.
What an insane Crescent Guard from Shun. That ultimate on Xin Zhao stops so much of the follow-up damage. And, you know, NIP, that's the problem with trying to pick off the enemy jungler like that. He is just a temporary invincible frontline given the right situation. NIP, because of that, against 6 scrubs, against the Baron buff, despite the fact that things started off well in regards to shutting down Bin as the Baron was taken, they just fall apart across the rest of the map.
Does feel a little bit like these kind of plays from NIP, they'll work against lesser teams, but you just know it's going to be Shun face checking. You know On's not going to be foolish enough to walk into the brush alone. A squishier member would have gone down, but BLG, they're so drilled, they're so clean when it comes to these plays. And when you bring the chaos to the games as well, it feels like even though this team is so drilled regularly, they still somehow have the ability to play these really chaotic moments as well, because each individual is so incredibly good at the game. I mean, I feel like I'm just waxing poetical about BLG at this point in the series, but what else can you say? Because they're just so good.
I mean, put it this way, right? I mean, if we didn't wax poetical, we feel like we would have been missing something, because this is the best team in the LPL. The fact that NIP are pushing them, they did a fantastic game too. Great stuff in its own right. Very compelling story from Rookie trying to claw his way back to internationals. But BLG, the fact that they can have a game one, which looks like it is textbook. They don't have to have the miraculous outplays. But then in game three, you can just do it anyway. And the fact that you can do both speaks volumes about this team. And, you know, I think we're getting into a series now where I think particularly on BLG on blue side, I don't think NIP have answers to that. So, I mean, next game, look, I'm going to assume, folks, this game is not looking great for NIP. When we get later into the series and NIP find themselves maybe on red side again, we need to see if they can find themselves another answer. Dragon is up. We do have death cap on Rookie, but they are not in the river again. Shanji needs to be a frontline, but it's so hard for him to do it against this gold disadvantage.
Get the burst damage and the tidal wave zones any support. Shanji gets out with his life, but that's pretty much Drake and quiet now.
He can TP back in, but they need him to face check a lot of this. Dragon's not going down that quickly, but Shanji won't be here to frontline just yet. He's getting here quickly, might just be a flip.
Aki goes in looking for the 50-50 smite here. DPS stopped on the Drake though, and the smite's a little bit early. Shun grabs it as Bin starts the fight once again. Shanji burst out once again. That's twice now that Shanji's been almost 100-0'd in the fight. And he doesn't have a third TP to work with. Now BLG pushing forwards. They've got that Mountain Soul. It means they're so tanky. Elk happy to be on the front line. A Knight flashes for the stun. It's buffered, but the unleashed power won't be stopped. Shun steps on in as NIP desperate to escape, but BLG, they don't want to give them a split second. Elk moves mid to start taking objectives as the rest of BLG, they're like a collie and NIP a sheep.
Rounding them up, putting them into the pens, putting them into the death zone.
Big ultimate coming down from Rookie. Bin is in a 2v1, and I think Photic wins those, but Bin dashes away at the last second, gets away from the queue. Rookie trying to punish the Croc, but he's sacrificed his own life to make it happen. 1-for-1 there. Photic desperate to finish this recall off. Can Shun find the W in time? They're in the pixel brush, and Photic realizes he's not getting away from this one. Has to try and DPS it out, but Shun will find him, and the culling comes on through. Capital C on that culling from Elk.
Go a 2 for the price of 1 as the kitty cat gets skinned alive with them as well. BLG, they get themselves a huge series of fights. Once again, NIP can't fight an objective from behind. They got themselves one early dragon. They have lost everything else after that point. Continuing our worries about this team, about how they approach these objectives. On the other side of it, though, let's be fair about it, BLG's objective setup has been spectacular on the other side of it. They have punished Shanji from having to be the front line. It is, again, a catch-22. If you are face-checking River, who does it? Has to be Shanji. Problem is, you're against the buffed-up Lord Dominic's Regards from Elk. You're against, 3 items now from Knight. It was 2.5 just before that. How do you do that frontline job? How do you do that? It's very hard. It's
just got worse as well. Elk's just finished his last item. He's got a Serpent's Bag to deny basically everything Droll's bringing to the table.
Yeah.
So Elk is even stronger than he was. And, you were talking about the fact that BLG, their macro is great, but also their team fighting is great. Their ability to skirmish is great. Their playmaking is great. It's like, you look at all of the strengths of JDG, and it's all about that macro and playing the map beautifully and a clean League of Legends. And you look at all the strengths of top esports, and it's all about like a bit of team play there. The macro not necessarily perfect, but they're all so good that they still manage to find wins, they find lane advantages, blah, blah, blah. And then you look at BLG, it's like, find you a team that does both, both of the strengths of the next 2 best teams in the LPL. Feels like BLG still on top. 12-4, and NIP, they want to join that coveted top 3 conversation. But their opponent today is BLG. It would be a way to enter it. Aki, he's been so good on the smites earlier in playoffs, but Shun has been so controlled. Into the pit he goes, but it's too little and it's too late. Stunned with the Scout of the Week. Culling comes through. And Aki just taken off of the table. BLG is on. Flashes for a bubble. You know they're confident when On's looking for those engages.
Oh, man. Well, if it hits, it pretty much ends the game. You know what? I ain't going to criticize him for that one. I think he's feeling it. Walked away with an MVP from game 1. Would love to get himself some more montage players from this series. Again, BLG forcing NIP into difficult decisions. Yes, it is a bit of a flip, but with Aki down, even if they'd lost the Baron flip, killing the enemy jungler, who is the one bit of CC that can really threaten the enemy team, you can understand why BLG would be even happy to take that. Now they have the 6 grubs, pushing in towards the inhibitor. That has been just absolutely demolished. Bot side going to be similar. NIP, they have 10 seconds on their jungler, and they can't defend.
Been TPing to the bot wave as well to protect it, so Photic couldn't clear it, meaning that they get that second in here. Really smart TP, even though it wasn't long range. It's still a great TP from Bin. 2 inhibs taken onto these Nexus towers. Photic does get stunned by 9, but no follow-up whatsoever. Playing the slow one here for BLG, but it ain't slow anymore. It's slow until they find a moment and suddenly health bars vanish. BLG with an absolute masterclass in the 3rd game, making it look similar to that first one of the series. NIP against the ropes. It's not the first time they have been in this playoffs, but they've got to make a miraculous comeback if they want to win here in round 4 of Spring 2024.
The NIP learning the hard way. Sometimes it does take a knight to kill a dragon. The Ace Soul, such a powerful pick for them, does not work out. The Syndra on the other side wasn't necessarily the main character, but still added some extra pain and extra salt in that wound. I think this series is becoming more increasingly about what happens to teams on red side. We've seen both of these teams struggle on that red side to come up with answers, particularly to mid lane early picks. The bans that you have to put on red side, particularly being a thorn in both of these sides. Next game, I have to see NIP go back towards blue side, and now we get to see if BLG can answer red side.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go into a quick break and then head to game number 4. Can BLG answer the red side? Can NIP keep themselves alive? It's time to find out after this.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah. You really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm alive, I'll be the fighter. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
welcome back everybody to the LPL. I'm Munch, that's Nightmare, and we both have egg on our face after that last one. I just want to apologise to the fan in the crowd that had the sign that says "We team is best." Obviously, that's a quote from Bin's interview at MSI. I don't know how that slipped my mind. Just want to formally apologise for that one. As we look at our MVP for game number 3, BLG returning to that dominance in this third game and out looking great on the Lucian.
In Lucian metas, Elk has been one of the very best players in the world. We saw in game 1, picked up the Callista and countered the Lucian. Now picks up the Lucian, and there was no answer to it. NIP could not play around this bot side. We talked about it at length in regards to why does it feel like, you know, the Shin side, the Lucian army just feels like meta for BLG. It's because they made it the meta in a lot of ways, especially in the LPL. They know how to snowball from the early game, demolish the laning phase, and then the team fights afterwards were absolutely nutty as well. Elk not dying in a game as scrappy as this really shows how quickly he can get to the key moments of the fight while staying safe.
His positioning is just so good, and to be fair, Elk's positioning has been fantastic for a while now. It's crazy to think that was back when his name was Joe Monk, his positioning was the thing that would always be criticized because he'd be so aggressive. It was like insanely high DPM and insanely high deaths, him and Jackie Love both. And it feels like over the last couple of years, he has become just near flawless.
I think BLG as a whole, this is a conversation we have to have about them, where, you know, BLG were the team which promised lots and delivered not that much, actually. Last year, they became an elite team. They went from a team which we thought would do pretty well, and then in spring we thought, well, they kind of hit and miss, and then Tabe came in, and they revolutionized themselves as a team. They are now, after that 2023, one of the very best teams in the world, and people remember this logo, they remember this organization, and they really remember these players too. Elk walking away with an MVP, again, it's just like another accolade towards him. On a real train of accolades which goes for this guy. 180 carry he has grown to be.
It's truly incredible to witness. As, we try and do the double shot of the BLG bot lane, and Elk is having some serious trouble getting his chair in the right position.
He's so good, he's even dodging out of the cameras. I like what he just has such great position.
He needs his chair to have as good positioning as he does in the game, okay? So it takes a little bit of time to perfect that. As, like you say, BLG, you know, last year, a lot of that journey came down to Tabe being their coach. Obviously, Tabe leaving the team now is going to be big way as their head coach, and it doesn't feel like they have stopped going from strength to strength. Perhaps a lot of the credit can be given to the players on the server.
When I
I don't know why I said perhaps. It definitely can.
You know, I was actually just going to let that one pass for once. Once it's going to let you go through. But NIP, they will have to find themselves an answer towards red side at some point in the series. It feels like both these teams have struggled on red side due to the strength of either first pick for bot lane or mid lane if one of the really big mid lane picks is open, or something like that Lucian or the Callista are left open on the table as well. I'm going to imagine NIP are on blue side and with the colors behind them. That does seem to confirm that. NIP on blue side, that has been the power side for this series. You've got to imagine BLG have to ban out Talia and Ari on the red side. We'll see if they ban out another pick towards that as well. Means that likely, once again, we're looking at something like that Callista and that Lucian coming through. An actually different approach. One of that Talia or Ari, at minimum, coming through.
Let's see how BLG approach it, because I think the answer, right, is you just leave them both up, right? So you can each have one. We'll see what NIP are going to go for. Is it that Ari first pick for Rookie? He's looked so good at it all year long. But the Nautilus available too. And also, if you go for like the Ari, then Talia with a Vi combo is open.
Yeah, so the thing is now, if you lock in that Nautilus, knowing both those mid laners are open, you say, well, okay, Talia Nautilus, great combo. Talia, or like the Nautilus with the Ari as well. Point and click, which allows those champions to get huge burst off. Have to imagine those two champions are going to be rearing their heads at some point through this draft. And Knights, the best Ari in the world by many people's accounts, gets this champion for the first time for either of these mid laners in this series. Rookie likely to go towards the Talia. Could also go towards something like that Karma or the Nico as well if he wants a stronger laning phase early on into that Ari. But still, these are the picks which we put at the start of the day saying, look, they're likely to be banned a lot, but they might get through once. Rookie on Talia, Knights on Ari.
And Shun gets the Vi alongside that Ari. It is a legendary combo in the mid and jungle. Instead, I've talked about hovers, haven't I? I've made a terrible mistake there. But it does leave open the support role. Like, there's a real chance for NIP to pinch the pool there. You've already got Nautilus alongside Jinx in the bottom lane. Being able to deny good matchups with Zeri, things like the Lulu, things like the Yumi, can definitely lead you to a powerful laning phase.
I love this first round of lock-ins. Every champion locked in so far, great at starting fights or snap engages if people are out of position. Also very good at playing around side lanes too. Jinx can throw rockets into the play and can get involved in them quite easily. Of course, Zeri can just hop over walls. Vi, Ahri, Talia, all very good at kind of either collapsing towards side lanes or pouncing on people while they're there as well. So this game, it might not just be about the 5v5s, it could be very much about very quick scraps in the river, in side lanes, and it's going to be about that platform, that bedrock of that vision control we've talked about so much in LPL playoffs. It's not always the most sexy thing, folks, but it will get you kills and get you wins.
It certainly will. I mean, that's what BLG have shown across the course of the year. Poppy taken off the board, though. You wouldn't be too surprised to see another jungle ban to try and set up Shun with a good matchup. Looks like there's Zhao as well available, but no, it's going to be that Sejuani once again taken away from Aki. Something that he's relied on in Game 5s in playoffs so far this split. Actually, Bard being taken off of the board here. Not something On is particularly known for, but we have seen it in LPL, mostly from WE.
It just takes away other picks which are good in side lanes. Thinking about it too, you know, that you got the Magical Journey, you've got the long-range Tempered Fate. Rakan can go anywhere he pleases because that champion is dumb as well in terms of his ability. So we're looking at from BLG picks which can, again, very quickly on their own terms start fights and move across the map. The Alistar, one of On's real specialty picks as well. One of his real highlights of last year was that incredible team fight at MSI where he manages to flash headbutt AD carry back into his own team. NIP, what are you going to round this out with now? You have to blind pick top lane. You have to have an answer in the jungle which can maybe stop BLG's aggressive play. Something like a Shinsao wouldn't go amiss for Aki. Could potentially help him out.
I love how much NIP are enjoying this draft. Like, hovering the Darius, hovering the Draven as well. Like, they're clearly coming in with good spirits. And that is great to see. They're in double elimination. If they lose here today, they are still alive in playoffs. The Renekton's going to be locked in as the blind. The Nocturne comes through for Aki, which has worked for NIP in the past. And we'll see what BLG are going to go for as the answer to this Renekton up top.
So this is, again, I think this draft is very much about side laning already. You look in that Gnar, you need to handle your mini Gnar bar very well. If you are mini Gnar at the wrong point, you die for free because that Nocturne comes into you, that Talia comes into you. And that's why it's not going to be the Gnar. It's the Ornn. It is weak side central. Bin just wants to be unkillable in a side lane beyond a certain point. Of course, with no Rek'Sai, this is kind of like, well, we were talking about this earlier. It feels like Rek'Sai is a newer version of what Ornn used to be. Hyper weak side, but becomes unreally tanky. This game might not be about straight 5v5s. It very much can be. I think this will be about who can pull the trigger most effectively in the skirmishes.
I think there's an important statistic that I need to bring to you. We always compliment players on their win rates on certain champions. Well, Bin, he's played 8 games of Ornn in his career.
How many has he won of them, Joe?
He's won one of them.
Oh!
He's 1-7.
Okay.
If you think back to last year, Bin famously did not play tanks until spring playoffs. It was 12 months ago that 369 slapped him up and down the rift and told him that he has to be able to play tanks. It's a year on, and Bin is bringing the Ornn out in the playoffs. Let's see how much he's improved on the pick over the course of a year.
We have uncased, unfrozen, broken open that casket of some of these hidden weapons for these teams. The Ornn might not be so much of a hidden weapon. We'll just see how much that's been developed. But particularly these mid laners, they get their hands on potentially their very best champions each. The Ahri for Knight might just be the best champion in the world, player of that champion in the world. Rookie on the Talia, similar kind of accolades. At least in the LPL, they have shown themselves to be absolute masters of these champions. Laning phase, getting out onto the map in the team fights as well. This one is one to watch.
This one, both teams, such similar compositions. It's going to be all about the scrap on the bottom side as we head into Game 4 between BLG and NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾速。
A lot of signs saying 3-1 in the crowd. A lot of BLG believers here. I'm sure those signs said 3-0 earlier on today. Unfortunately, that never came true. NIP have shown up in a way that I think a lot of people are surprised to see. We saw the Moon Breath combo of the Yasuo with the Diana, and now NIP, another level 1 strategy. They've got a Nautilus available. Knight will spot it out though, and he'll walk away with his life, but it means Aki can start on this blue buff.
There is an important thing which I just saw as well. So, Rookie has played this champion, Ahri, in the mid lane for 10 years. Now, Knight has taken that champion and has used the skin, which Rookie has used his entire career on Ahri, the Foxfire Ahri, all the way back in 2014. That was Rookie's choice of that one, so maybe just a little bit of ego coming in. Shun, not the strongest champion at level 1 on the Vibe, but if there's no one there to contest you, who cares, really? So it's going to be a bit of a vertical jungling. Shun in one side of the jungle, Aki in the other.
Good hook from Joe to start the laning phase off on. Trying to tank up on that front line and still maintaining presence in that middle brush as well, using the Aftershock to try and get onto Joel. But Photic and Joel, Nautilus and the Jinx, you're going to be hard-pressed to get Prio in this lane.
Yeah, the Rockets give you way too much Prio early on, and On would need to get himself like a level 1 pulverize really easily. He hasn't got himself the Aftershock before any of this damage comes down. It's a big part of this trade, and now Photic and Joel, they were on the back end of some really bad trades at level 1 in the very last one. Now they get themselves a chance to walk up, get an early level 2, early push, and that means with Aki on bot side as well. BLG really don't have that much to say about this. The only good thing here for BLG is that Nocturne is not good at early dives, so he's going to leave the bot side of the jungle, go onto his own side, and potentially contest Shun elsewhere on the map.
You can see the stats absolutely insane for NIP. These Nautilus compositions, especially with the Talia, the kind of Avengers Assemble style of everyone flying to one side of the map. Luckily for Bin, we're only showing stats from this year. So his Ornn currently neutral as opposed to 1 and 7, which is his all-time Ornn stats. And Knight, though, 6-0 on Sari. Like, it's all about the mid lane matchup today. We knew it would be. We come in, and we saw a control mage matchup to start with, and I was a little disappointed by that. Since then, it's been nothing but bangers in the mid lane, and Talia versus Ahri, two of the most powerful picks in the meta right now, between two of the most powerful players in the entire game.
We've seen Rookie and Knight both go towards the dematerializers. It really shows their mindset. They want to shove and leave this lane as soon as possible and try and get themselves active onto the map. One of the reasons why I call Knight the best Ahri in the world and Rookie the best Talia in the world is how quick they accelerate the game. If you make a mistake, they very quickly find an opening as it happens in bot lane first.
Flashes, Two's knocked underneath the tower, but there was a minion. So Two doesn't even take a tower shot. That's 4 summoners down for Elkanon. And Aki's on the bottom side of the map, but Shun spotted him. I don't know if they can go for a dive realistically.
Again, it's the Nocturne is not awesome at diving. It doesn't have any mobility to get onto the tower quickly. Has to kind of flash in to get immediate combos in the duration of the CC. Otherwise, you have to walk up to melee range and then start the dive. Can sometimes be a bit difficult. So they are going to be safe from that for now. And the backs are stopped by NIP. He's used the E. Oh, Elk, this is your problem.
Summon is available for Photic as Duo. Hex flashes towards Elk, gets the route onto On. The hook is there. Photic trying to set it up as Aki moves in. One last rocket in the flash for first blood. On in no man's land. And NIP start with 2.
Such an important laning phase from Photic and Joel. Elkanon, really quite uncharacteristic mistakes at the level 1 mark. Leaves them quite far behind. They fail themselves that all-in under the bot lane turret as well. So a couple of bot lane mistakes from BLG, despite the fact that they've been so good at playing around their bot lane laning phase in this split, is going to lead them into a very difficult scenario now in this early game.
Phenomenal stuff from NIP. We said that with a Nocturne composition, realistically, you want to be snowballing. A kill into Aki's inventory, a kill into Photic's inventory as well. You could not pick better targets to have that gold early.
So, BLG playing behind the pace of the game so far. Aki, also he's going to have himself his level 6 on a pretty good tick as well. Shun, he's maybe even spotted on a little bit of vision. No, that's on the Scuttle Shrine. Have to imagine he steps past that. He does have his bot lane on the roam as well. How quickly can Shun and Knight get themselves on the board? This duo, this Vi Ahri from these two players has been absolutely legendary, as you mentioned, in Champion Select. NIP, they're not out of the woods yet, but it's a fantastic start from 3 grubs as well. They will not sniff at that.
BLG going to be the ones to trade Drake for this one. You'd expect them to be able to just finish this one. Aki moving into the bottom side, but with On there and a control ward in that brush, not sure that's a fight they want. Whoa! May have overstepped for this, honestly.
Yeah.
He's in Tribrush right now. Photic is trying to help out his support. Whoa, where are we? What? What? Rookie has to try and bail the play out, and suddenly On is the one in no man's land, but he uses Photic as a way to get to his team, puts Photic into the play. 12's going to go down, so is On, and Photic gets a reset. Shun has to try and escape from this one as Photic continues to fire away. Knight ults out of the play. I don't know how NIP went even on that.
Oh, it's just been a huge amount of time bought by Dro. It means that the rest of the team can get into position. He was well out of no man's land for a long time, and a Rookie looking for the combo. Good sidestep by Elk means that he's not going to be under threat as well. So we have both these mid laners getting into the play. We saw the Dark Seal picked up from Knight, and he has a kill. So that's 2 stacks on the Dark Seal right now. He's bought a Magize in every game he's done so far. He might need to be the main character of this one again, as he is the one person who is ahead in this early game from BLG. On the other side, NIP, very happy as an ensemble unit from the early game.
Shanji going to go for a Dominus up top here, trying to get some damage down onto Bin. I'm not sure there's kill threat, but maybe I'm wrong there as he gets a couple more autos in. Bin looks for the Ornn combo, gets the knock-up, doesn't get the knock-up off of the Q though. And the Brittle flashed away from Shanji, escaping with his life, but good combo from Bin there.
Oh, On!
On now has stepped way too far out of position and just gives a free kill over.
What is happening with Elk and On? Photic control, they've punished them so hard, but on the other side, Elk and On, the standards we hold them to are very, very high, and they are not living up to them here in Game 4. NIP, they are very happy to see that, though. That was giving themselves a great platform. We're going to see a Hex Flash over. We are. Dro, he's going to spot out Elk, and he's not going to be able to land a hook in this one. Maybe afraid of On coming back into the play, getting over something back. However, on the other side of the map, good news, though, for the 1-7 Ornn all time. Bin has done a good job in this top side of getting himself a slight advantage. Problem is, though, well, On's going to be safe there. We'll be able to stop that talk there, but problem is, BLG have left this Ornn on strong side top lane. You don't want the Ornn as the strong side if at all possible, and that's been the problem. NIP get to play around this Jinx on the bottom side, being very, very happy about life, and on the other side, you're not giving up any huge advantages to this top laner of the Ornn.
It's a tough one here for BLG, and again, this is a team that aren't that great at coming back from a deficit. They've still yet to win a game when they were behind at 15. It's a 2,000 gold lead for NIP, and they are hoping to continue snowballing that as Knight's nearly caught out in the river. And I feel like NIP this game, the entire game plan is play through Fog of War. The amount of plays on this bottom side that have started.
Nocturne. Huh.
Okay. Speaking of Fog of War, Aki just, he likes it. Wants to throw in a shade. I'm not
like
talking about the old chat like in LCS.
I mean, maybe NIP just wanted to... Maybe it's actually NAP, it's nap time. Maybe that's it. Turn out the lights. We're gonna have a little bit of shut-eye, and they like darkness. It's their safe place. It's where they all come from when they do their big assassination moves.
Well, Aki had the Poppy and the Hex Gates earlier. Now he gets the Nocturne. He's had both flavors now. Not quite Neapolitan. Only 2 flavors so far. I say that he has played other junglers as well, but you know.
No, we're ignoring them for the sake of this.
Shanji sidesteps the knock-up here. Spin potentially looks for more again. Shanji forced away. The second you see that Q come out, if you're in a bad position, the Ornn follows.
That's what happens. Okay, right. That was actually... So the Nocturne ult was popped because it was meant to be a very quick follow-up onto Knight, because that combo could have come through from Rookie very, very close. Forced the flash away from Knight all the same, and that's kind of important, because that flash on Ari means that it's a little harder to survive some of these CC combos, especially with the point and click of the Nautilus and the Nocturne being very, very deadly against you.
Photic swapping up to the top side here. It's NIP going to grab themselves 6 grubs. I feel like grubs have been very one-sided in this series. Like, over the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of teams trading grubs, going like 2 for 1 on each grub spawn, and like, generally speaking, that's felt like that's been the meta. That's been the approach to grubs for most teams. This series, total opposite. We are seeing 5 and 6 grubs almost every game here. NIP, the benefactors this time around.
And, yeah, I mean, thing is, most of the time LPL was just saying, look, 6 grubs are too powerful to give over, and we can see now that, you know, Shanji is with the Demolish with this. Can take, well, you can't quite get the Demolish on the tower there. One of the problems against Ornn is that you can actually stop hitting towers pretty effectively. See right there, though.
Oh, knocks up
punished
onto
a
the
little
tower.
bit.
Ornn is available if Bin wants to go for it, and he will. Looking for that first knock-up. That's going to be there. Brittle comes in. The breath comes in to get the second Brittle, but Shanji spaces it. Knight moves over. The knock-up is there, and the follow-up is too easy. Charm for Rookie as well. Knight getting cheeky with it, saving that for a bonus follow-up.
Again, just more of Knight getting on the board early. It doesn't always have to be the flashy charm. It's just getting the kill participation. And now he's on 4 Dark Seal stacks, 2 kills in the early game. Now, NIP have the gold advantage, but if they allow this Ahri to get into the game, the next time this happens, especially with the Malignance built in as well now, it does feel like NIP will need to be very, very respectful. Right the way from draft, we said, hey, it feels like it's going to be a side laning kind of game. And NIP, they've lost a couple of kills through there already now.
Does feel like that is the way in for BLG. I mean, Knight on the Malignance, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. It is, it's exciting to see. Even with BLG falling behind, Knight having the 4 stacks early on Ahri is never not going to be exciting as a viewer. And I feel like this is a game where BLG, they need to show us that they can come back from a deficit. They need to show us that they've got that playmaking in them. This is not going to be just a slow and steady game for them. They've got to make things happen. And it feels like they've got a composition that can make things happen too.
Particularly on isolated members who are out of position. Now, I think Shanji has had a bit of a rough split in a lot of ways, especially compared to his 2023, but he had a good series against FPX. Now, the thing is, in this one, with last game, on the Cassante, he got really exposed in side lanes. If that happens this game, Shanji could be the reason that NIP lose this game. Now, it might be unfair to say that, but if he is not side laning effectively, and it's very easy to punish it on the side of BLG, then that could be the snowball which starts for BLG even from behind the pace of the game. As it stands right now, BLG going towards top side. They have themselves ults almost up again for Bin. They have themselves a great way to start this fight, and they have some vision control to stop Platform.
Again, a lot of vision on this top side. Obviously, Herald not up for another minute and a half as on. Sneaking into these lane brushes alongside Knight. Maybe a chance for a pick.
Shun's here as well. Where is Bin? Where is Bin in this equation? Because if he's there, he can throw an ult into this too. This is why we're saying side laning, very, very dangerous. He's showed himself on bot side, so he's not there to play himself. And Rookie's walked up. This is the problem. BLG, they have the side lane punish comp.
Rookie's got to make the magic happen, but you can't do much against the flash ult from Shun. The combo is gorgeous, and that opens this map wide for BLG.
3 kills, 6 stacks, and a continuation of it. Over 28 KDA on this champion for Knight. We said it was a problem for them letting this champion through. Remember NIP, they first picked the Nautilus. Dro's had a great series, and that champion's been very powerful. But even though, it just feels like maybe giving that Ahri to the best player of it in the world was a bit of a mistake here. Now BLG, once again showing that they're side laning, very strong in this composition, despite the early lead from NIP.
This is a special game. This is a game that we get to watch where BLG have struggled in the early game and Knight has all of their resources. Knight has everything. Elkanon underperforming down in that bottom side. Bin is on Ornn. He's not going to carry this game. The split MVP for BLG has to be the main character if they want to finish this series in the way that, realistically, in terms of expectations, they should finish this series 3-1. They should have finished this series 3-0 in terms of expectations. NIP have come out and surprised everyone today. They're in the lead in game number 4, wanting to go to 5 games. They've got to 5 games every single series of playoffs so far. And they've just about made it on through each time. Can they? In fact, no, they haven't. What am I talking about?
It was the 4 game against
FPX. But against WE, barely surviving those 5 games. Game 4, they managed to just about... Yeah. I mean, they managed to look really good to start with and then nearly threw it away.
Side lane play potential again. You can see this time, NIP, they're shielding Rookie as he pushes in. He doesn't have himself the Seraphs yet. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes towards a Seekers, even a second item, because of just the threat of the dive onto him. You see that NIP, they've wised up a little bit. Problem is, they've had to wise up to the side lane play after they lost 2 kills in side lanes back to back. And also, Shanji doesn't have well, I mean, you can pretend to be a wizard lizard, but you shouldn't really go Seekers. That's more like Darien tech from Season 2 on the Renekton. That was a long time ago, but he's not going to be as safe in that side lane as potentially someone with the Zhonya's and the Stasis active can have. And BLG, again, trying to avoid going up to the big confrontations. They're opening up the map on, walking across now with the ultimate on the Alistar to be tanky, puts down vision, knows that he's safe to do so. Knight trying to deny some minions to that tower. You see that on the other side. You do have the Herald being pushed in mid lane to NIP. Chance for a power play in mid.
No Wizard Lizard today, but one thing you can say in that mid lane is you are a Wizard Ahri, and you fully expect the AP to come through for Knight. Not going to be.
I mean, so funnily enough, I like AD Ahri. It's a very fun playstyle without the Shiv. I liked it even before Shiv. All of these hipsters trying that one after LeBlanc did. Either way, now we get ourselves potential for another big pick somewhere. Again, NIP need to be so afraid when Shun and Knight are off the vision in particular.
So Drake up in 15 seconds. NIP, they've got control in that bottom side. It feels like Bin going to try and move in and clear some of that vision. It's quite difficult to face check in, but I mean, even at level 12, he's so tanky.
Here we go.
Combo onto Droll here, and a TP immediately. As On flashes away, and it means Elk is caught out. On betrays his AD carry, and Elk goes down. 30-second death timer. That's Drake for NIP.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. If Elk, if On gets hit, Elk survives, and maybe they could have survived with On's ultimate, but that's not going to be the case. So NIP showcasing that while BLG might win through side lanes, the straight-up 5v5s are much harder. The Nautilus and the Taliyah very, very strong at denying different entries into the fight and finding that first pick. BLG don't manage the execution of the approach. They're going to get punished. The problem is now, BLG would have loved to just cross-map at that point, just get themselves a push in and side lane. Can't really do that on bot side, I suppose, but they would have loved to get themselves something else right now. Photic's caught.
Can the charm land? Yes, you believe it can. Knight finds himself yet another. That's 4 kills. That's 8 Dark Seal stacks. And that is BLG's hope in this series. On is caught once again, having a terrible game on the Alistair as Elk tries to save his support. On dodges away from the rocks. Draw has to follow it, and Rookie flashes to finish the kill. Now Shun gets into the action. It's the minion wave blocking these skill shots. Knight has that charm available, needs to find the angle. Horn sounds, charms followed up with Droll. Flashes just before the CC lands.
Oh my gosh, that could have been a really dangerous point. Because you have an Ornn, you can dive towers very early into the game, has a lot of armor. See that BLG, despite the fact that the 5v5s are a little bit difficult for them, get themselves some really good picks around the side of it. Starts with Ornn going in too ambitiously. He's had a bad game on this Alistair. From the laning phase, he made a lot of mistakes, and then after this point, just the memo, maybe he thought that Ornn was just going to press his ultimate. He doesn't end up seeing that hook is coming his way all the same. Gets absolutely bludgeoned by that one. However, as we said, Knight has all of the resources. Best thing about Ahri players who know that they have enough damage, they are patient with the charm. You don't have to throw it out early. He uses that there, stops Photic from any chance of escaping.
And I love that we see BLG fishing for a play there, and then NIP answering in kind, right? It's like after the objective, trying to catch people out of position when they think resets are there. It goes both ways. The Rookie flashing to finish the kill onto On. And unfortunately, BLG can't quite finish the follow-up.
Shanji, he's not in a good spot here. This could be a problem. This is a free kill again. Shanji in side lanes has been an issue.
He's caught out. He will be knocked up, but Brittle not quite enough. The Dominus comes on through, and it means he does survive. Bin getting onto the tower to demolish. Not quite enough to finish the job.
There's going to be a bit of an issue here now. Because Bin is going to be so ungodly tanky compared to everyone else on the map. You've got the Alistair as well, and yes, there's 0-4, and On's not been positioning that well, but he'll still have his ultimate to press. There's going to be a point in this game where I feel like NIP are going to struggle with frontline to frontline, and even though Ahri's not the best at killing tanks in the frontline, you've got Elk on the Zeri who can very much do that, and I feel like there might be a point, despite the fact that you have a Jinx and a Taliyah with a lot of gold on NIP's squad, that BLG might be able to play around the frontline as soon as Bin gets towards the late game.
The other side of the conversation is, like, yeah, Ahri's not that good at killing tanks, but realistically, NIP don't actually have proper tanks either. Like, it's a support Nautilus and it's a Renekton in the top lane. It's not, like, comparatively to an Ornn and an Alistair that can press R, you're really nowhere near as tanky as the front line of BLG when you get to that late game stage. But the advantage for NIP still exists. They've got that minor gold lead, they've got 6 scrubs, they've got 2 Drakes. 2 minutes until that next Drake spawns onto the map.
So, big thing as well. Knight has bought a Medjai's in every single game of Ahri he has played. Again, he's using the skin, which Rookie has used his whole career for 10 years in this champion, and claiming it as his own in this one. 8 stacks on it right now. Once you get past 10 stacks, you get yourself an extra 10% bonus movement speed. Now, I don't know about you, Renekton playing against high movement speed champions kind of sucks. Same with trying to hit skill shots onto this mobile Fox in the mid lane as well. You press that W, you go up to about, 50% movement speed for a short burst of speed. Now you see Encore out again!
Does find a knock-up aftershock there, but I mean, he just goes down and he's just feeding gold into Photic. At this point, that's his 2nd kill of the game. Getting close to a 2nd item there. The AD carry roll a little bit behind the curve there compared to Elk in terms of items, but even still, he'll be happy with that. And a tier 1 goes down again on just really underestimating the positioning NIP are going to have.
So what happens here? So, does he get punted over the wall by
Oh, I
Rookie?
see.
It's a combo that puts him over the wall. So on, caught out
Okay,
again.
fair
You
enough.
know what? With the picture-in-picture in there are some caveats. Rookie absolutely slams him down there. That's a great play from the mid laner of NIP.
So it wasn't on inting, it was the observers inting us.
Ah,
So we
that's the
didn't see the
one.
context of the play. Unfortunate for On, but great little play by Rookie, like timing it from the last time he saw the player. Finds the knockback and sets up for yet another pick. And On falling pretty far behind. I'm amazed he's still even in levels considering the amount of time he spent dead.
Well, I'm not going to question what On does in this game anymore. He's just going to be the cow in the front line. He has his first level of his ultimate. That's fine. Once again, that clip again reminds us that it's not just Knight on Ari, it's Rookie on Talia as well. 8-3 on this champion, having incredible splits on it. He has controlled the game so much. Dragon up, it would be soul point for NIP. It's a Chemtech Soul Square. BLG don't have to fight for this one. I wonder whether they can find themselves a better team fight. They've been struggling on the intro to the fight so far, probably because On's been the one hooked quite a lot, but they do have Ornn item coming through. Knight just picks up the upgraded Malignance.
So BLG in river first here. Joel confident though to just walk on in and clear some of this vision. Shun starts the Drake off. BLG on the bot side of the play. NIP trying to contest.
Okay, Bin trying to hold the door shut. He can press W into the first Nautilus hook, and indeed he does. That's the power of this Ornn. Actually a front line compared to other champions, and we might come through into a flip. Shanji has flash on the flank, and here comes the wall.
Wall comes through, it's a 50-50 on the smite, and it's taken by Elk, and the fight might be two. First kill already, and Elk stacking away. Knight dives in on the Ari to find a little bit more. Caught by a zap though, is Droll forced away on the top side. Elk getting one is plenty for BLG.
That it is. So that's going to be one kill, one dragon, and NIP not able to start the fight through the Ornn. The Ornn is so disastrous for NIP's front to back once they get to this amount of gold. I mean, they're a level ahead of Shanji as well, because Shanji has been kind of punished on the side lane. We did say that early into the game, well, it's a problem that BLG have weak side bot lane, and it's an Ornn that's benefiting on the top side. Now it pays dividends. The wall comes in. Aki flies into the fight, but he's looking for a steal at best. He flies into the Vi and the Ari. You know, that combo does a lot of damage. You know, Knight picks up some Magi stacks from this too. Yet it's important that you pick that item before the big fight. He does have the 10 stacks now, and Elk is the one that gets the gold too. So benefiting from both of these carries now.
It's like you said before, On may be behind in the game. It's still level 6 Alistair, and this time it's Dwall caught out. On sets up for the follow-up there. The stun comes in. Can they actually finish the kill though? He's tagging one last charm will do the trick. Flick back from Rookie onto his opposite member, but Knight gets out with his life.
So it's 14 stacks now. Again, you get 5 AP per stack, so on top of the regular 20 on top of it, that's 70 AP. It's a very cheap item. Knight, if he goes towards that Death Cap as the next item, the full item of Magi's gives you over 200 AP as a single one, and you have the Ornn item as well. So it feels like right now, Knight has a lot of the resources, has every bit of resources from BLG, and he is being supercharged towards that late game.
It's like high-risk, high-reward version of Boots, right? Where you get a lot of value for the amount of gold that it costs you. And Knight, because of that fact, you know, even in terms of like proper items, but then instead of having the half item that Rookie's got in the Blighted Crystal, he's got that Magi's, and then a half item on top of it as well. Like you say, getting close to the potential death cap there. That is a terrifying pick. Knight, like you say, picking up Rookie's skin to take this matchup and looking phenomenal so far in this game. Trying to clear the wave here. Shun moves in to try and protect as well. Rookie does not get caught. And the wave will be cleared. Knight
he gets it!
Last second on the rocks! And Rookie turns golden, but I don't think he can survive this one. It's Zeri to get the kill as Elk starts it off. And BLG, they've never won from a deficit this split, but they are making it.
Oh,
happen.
Shun!
The Ornn Horn on top of Shun's engage. Immaculate gameplay in the mid lane, in the mid game, and now onto the Baron.
Why did they give Knight Ari? That'll be the question which NIP will be asking after this game. A full stacked Death Note in the inventory. And Rookie's the one that fills the last pages of it. He's had a great game on the Talia, but it just hasn't been enough. This is the problem playing against BLG. You can't just be good, you have to be damn perfect. Knight actually doesn't fire the charm at first because of the might spawning, but then when he kills the wave, dashes in again, he'd already been stunned by the minefield, so he can't be again, gets the charm, and Rookie goes down. Huge play by Knight on the top side, once again taking this team and the game by the scruff of its neck and throwing them towards the finish line. What a fantastic player.
What a performance from not only the split MVP, but one of the best mid laners the LPL has ever seen. This is a team that not only is our first seed, but wants to be the first seed when it comes to MSI. They are just about booking their ticket to the upper bracket final here. BLG, a dominant performance in the games that they've won, now falling behind in game number 4, and for the first time this year, might just win from that deficit.
So we saw that Rookie's actually gone, no, sorry, Knight rather has gone for the Zhonyas, and I think that's very intelligent. You know, I think that when you're playing against the Talia and the Nautilus, you want yourself the ability to still play aggressive, use your gold lead, but not just immediately get one shot for it. So let's see if Knight can position even more aggressively, almost at level 16 for that hugely low cooldown ultimate. Shun on, looking to help him set up for that as well, smashing through these turrets with the Baron buff.
And guess what? They may have been behind before, but they know how to play with the lead, and they have that lead. It's 5,000 in their favor. With Baron on top, the Ornhorn sounds, and Rookie doesn't have a flash this time around. He doesn't even get to move. In fact, he did a flash up, but he didn't get to use it in time to flash ult from Bin. Too damn clean. And I think that phrase represents this entire team this year. They lose one in the best of 5s, but they are knocking on the doors of the Nexus. 2 cannons setting this one up. As Aki tries to defend in the mid lane, there's still a tier 2 in that mid lane as BLG realize they got to go the long way round.
Oh my word, BLG, they are absolutely ruthless. Walking forwards onto the, again, just continuing to get themselves onto the map, containing that vision. Orn items from Bin being a huge factor in this too. Now you have the Obsidian Cleaver, you've got his own, that Parasite in the top side as well. With Dash Out and Locket too. BLG just continually getting more stats on the board.
Yeah, weird to see the AD carry, the only one not with an upgrade.
Oh!
There's a flash in from Shanchi, but I don't think he's got the damage, and nobody there to follow it up. Aki just clearing the wave as this goes on. And Knight now try. Wait, Elk just dives into 3. And in the meantime, Draw's caught out. How does nobody punish Elk for that? 1v3, he dives forward, and he's still on half his HP. No, he's not, because Photic just autos him. Elk with a massive misstep, and now they dive under the tower. Who cares if you've got no AD carry? Rookie is gonna try and survive here. Knight charging forwards again. Rookie versus the world here in the mid lane. Bin's behind him as Shun dashes forward once more. The knockback is there. Aki has a bit of, I mean, Bin's just invincible. Who can kill him?
Who can kill him?
He's been attacking for like 10 minutes straight. Bin's still got half his HP. Rookie now turns golden. Flash still there, but it's not going to come through. Another double. 11, 0, and 5. Knight has taken over against one of the best mid laners in the world. Knight gets his signature Ari, and he dominates NIP. He makes them rue the day they ever made it to double elimination. BLG, your first seed. Knight, your spring split MVP, will go 3-1 against NIP.
What domination. BLG, they dropped a game against NIP, but they remind us very, very swiftly why they are the best team. See the side, not just Knight Azari with the Medjais in tow as well. Feels like he just understands the ins and outs of that champion so ridiculously well. He leaves that game with a year KDA on Ari of 34. 34 KDA, over 7 victories on that champion. NIP, they threw the gauntlet down. They threw the gamble and said, look, we can take it. We've got Rookie on Talia. He's definitely one of the best mid laners in the LPL, and he is. Oh, Rookie is definitely one of them, but Knight is just worlds apart right now. BLG are worlds apart.
I mean, the top lane play, where Knight simply just outplayed Rookie's Talia, getting that pick and setting up the follow-up play.
Yeah.
BLG winning from behind here and all through their mid laner. Honestly, his bot lane kind of running it down for a lot of this game. But Knight not going to allow that to stop him. Bin having a great game on the Ornn as well. Fantastic engages coming out from him and showing that those 12 months passing has changed who he is as a player. And the 3 coming out across 3 different players.
Now, of course, NIP, this is not the end of the road for them. They do have a losers bracket to go towards. They will face the loser of JG versus Top Esports, which is being played tomorrow, that series. So they have themselves at least another series to come through. And I will say, NIP, they have grown throughout this playoffs. I don't think this has to be the end of the road for them, but oh my word. They were very much second best today. There is no arguing that one. And I think particularly on Red side, they had a lot of issues against BLG, and they couldn't quite finish off even on Blue side in that final game.
Yeah, NIP, tough one from them, but ultimately, this was always going to be a mountain to climb right against BLG. And I think that last game as well, I think, gives BLG fans a lot of hope for the rest of playoffs because, you know, falling behind in 2 of the games in this series and this second game of the series being the one where they kind of got stomped a bit by NIP, I think the fact that they come back from a deficit is going to calm the nerves a little bit of any BLG fans that started to lose hope after that game loss. But man, still, what is that, like 33-6 across the course of the year so far now? Like, it's still a pretty damn good record, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And particularly since, you know, we hadn't seen them play since regular split until today, and that is often a stumbling block for a lot of teams because there is something about keeping up momentum and muscle memory, just comfort on the stage. But, you know, they come out, it doesn't look like they've missed a beat at all. This is very clean League of Legends. I think there were some key moments in there which I really take away as real problem points for other teams too. If you mess up a reset in bot lane, if you mess up one reset in bot lane, the game ends. I actually cannot believe that happened with this, with the Lucian game just a little earlier as well in Game 3. It just felt like a reset was cancelled, you lost one level 1 trade as well, and effectively the game ended from a bot lane advantage. You give up 2 kills in the early game tonight, the game ends. You are not allowed to make any mistakes against this team. How do you play League of Legends against a team that is so punishing and so effective and consistent at punishing?
Yeah, it feels brutal to watch a lot of the time when BLG get themselves ahead, and the fact that, like you say, like a small tempo play is enough. It doesn't have to be a gold lead. It doesn't have to be a massive item advantage. It just has to be a slight tempo advantage, and this team will take the map apart. It is ruthless efficiency that we get to see from BLG, and they do it with a smile as well. They do it with personality. This is also just a fun roster to interact with. So I feel like it was destiny that this team became a bit of a fan favorite last year, and they are doubling down on that fact. And we get like another page in the story of Knight joining this roster as well, replacing Yagao. Yagao so far having a really good playoffs. He looked fantastic yesterday. Knight has made it into the upper bracket finals, and he's kind of just leaving that open now for Yagao. He's like, would you like to join me? Would you like to come to the upper bracket finals?
We can set up as many stories as we want. We can talk about anything. It just comes back to Knight versus Yagao, pink shirt mid laners. It keeps happening.
The mid lane matchup in the upper bracket is going to be a bagger no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Because Knight has been on both of those teams. He was obviously the top esports mid laner for many years. That'd be up against Cream, the guy to try and replace him. And, you know, Yagao used to be on BLG last year. So, and up against JDG, the team that BLG couldn't be. I mean, it's just, I've got stories coming out my ears.
So we're absolutely blessed with that. And honestly, we were blessed with so much gameplay here as well. Oh my god, Knight once again getting himself almost 1,000 damage per minute, probably hanging around that 900 mark. Incredibly high potency on that one. And we cannot stress enough that he needed to do that. If he had failed in this game, BLG had nothing else going for them. But seriously, the fact that he did it with On, who was getting caught out an awful lot, so he wasn't helping with the combo, with Shun not always being there for the start of the play as well. He did his own stunts. He didn't need a stunt double. He has 100% kill participation in this game as well. 17 KDA, walked away with an absolutely absurd game. And the fact that he's doing it against an NIP, which I've loved watching recently as well, with Rookie, who is arguably second best mid laner in the LPL right now, around that mark. There's a conversation to be had with that. Knight is just another level. He continues to impress me, and he does that with the rest of his team, knowing that they can, you know, occasionally slurp up, and Knight will carry them across the finish line, and vice versa.
Yeah, I honestly, like, if there was a conversation of who is the best mid laner and Rookie being a part of that, well, Knight has, he's put his foot down today, and he said, no, it's me. And Rookie, now he's got to make it through the lower bracket if he wants to prove that wrong. He's got to earn his right to face Knight again. And honestly, I think Yagao Cream, they're going to have to really show something special to contest him in the upper bracket. I'm excited for that next series as well. I feel like our top 4 in the LPL is just such quality right now. NIP, I think slightly lower than the Pack and BLG, certainly looking confident coming in today. But that series tomorrow, I really feel could go either way.
Absolutely, and you know, NIP will be looking at that series, and BLG will be looking at that series, much like, you know, when chess players are playing in early rounds, they're watching their opponents, actually, sometimes, because they're so confident in how they're playing through their own game in that one. You know, NIP, they're a team that has grown from series to series. I'd imagine they will have to grow again to face the loser of the series tomorrow, who I do truly believe are two excellent teams. You know, Top Esports and JDG, they've had themselves some worries about the direction of their gameplay coming through from regular season. JDG, no worries about that, in a crushing 3-0 in their Weibo series. Top Esports, they've had a time to take a break, to get themselves a bit of a view of their own gameplay. They might need that a little bit. They did have themselves a great couple of series at the end of the split, but they did also, I mean, both JDG and Top Esports had some fumbles here and there across the regular split anyway. Yeah. This is going to be a big benchmark to say, okay, we know that regular season is different from playoffs. Just how different is it for these two teams?
It also just feels so weird to be talking about JDG versus Top Esports and then not being Knight involved in the conversation. It just doesn't compute in my brain. It doesn't make sense, but I'm excited for that one. I do feel like a lot of that going to be down to how well the teams can play in the late game. A lot of macro, I think, will influence that series, which, you know, could be a tough thing for Top Esports to deal with. That has been a weakness for them across the course of the year. But we'll talk about that one tomorrow. That's the series that's coming up tomorrow to your screens. But I do think we should take a moment to appreciate NIP as well. You know, being knocked into the lower bracket, they are still in the tournament. They are not out of the running just yet. Currently in 4th place, they were the 5th seed coming into playoffs, so slightly improving their standings. They are going to have their work cut out in that lower bracket. I do think they've shown some really, really good stuff. It just feels like occasionally they're not quite on the same page. Occasionally people are getting caught out in side lanes. Occasionally somebody steps too far trying to get vision. And it's those little mistakes that these top teams are just going to take a game apart of.
Yeah. When they are not leading the dance in side lanes, this team is exploitable. And when they're not leading the dance in objectives, they're exploitable as well. They basically didn't get a single objective from behind the curve of the game in this series, which is a worry. We noticed that against some other games as well. This one, though, is absolutely not in question at all. 37% damage share, 100% kill participation, ridiculous damage, gold efficiency as well there as well. I mean, Knight is just such a beast on this champion.
Yeah, just insane stuff coming out from Knight here. 11-0 and 6. And at the end of the day, like, you know, Chovy having an amazing game in the LCK earlier on today. And then Knight comes in and is like, watch this.
So, I mean, in my mind, you know, there are 3 players in contention for best RA in the world. I think that is Knight, I think that's Chovy, and I think it's Rookie. Now, I think there are some different opinions across there, and they do differ in some of their skill sets. Rookie plays out team fights so monstrously, as does Chovy, but Knight accelerates the game better than anyone else in the game right now on this champion. He makes his own stunts, and he does that so effectively, whilst also not putting himself in danger, that he can just snowball games away on an inherently snowballed reliant champion. For me, you know, I've been an Ahri player for 10 years now. This guy teaches me so much about the champion, which I didn't know. It is so exciting to watch it every time it's on the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful to witness. Knight, take a bow after today, that is for sure. I hope he goes and has a nice bit of hot pot and maybe a drink with his mates, because that is a well-deserved MVP coming out of the series. Let's look at our results as we round things out today. As you've just witnessed, BLG 3-1 in the end over NIP.
And I guess that one game, you know, it's a good, bright spark for NIP. It shows that there is some growth and there is some potential there. If you have one game victory, maybe you can replicate that again, but they will have to work to climb a little further. They have themselves that Guardian Angel. It's been used. They'll be in that lower bracket. And that's Top Esports versus JDG to see who's going to be using up that again. One use active of that double elimination. See if they can fight themselves through into an upper bracket instead of a lower one.
See if they can. BLG will be in where it says Game 10, essentially the upper bracket final. NIP down to Game 9 tomorrow, though. You can see the matchup there. Top Esports versus JDG, the modern classic of the LPL. It's going to be Top Esports versus JDG without Knight for the first time in, what, like half a decade it's got to be at this point. Definitely something to witness, because that will be history being made, or at least in a best of 5 for half a decade. Fantastic stuff to see. You don't want to miss that series. It's going to go to 5, you just know it.
And even though Knight's not there, we have, you know, Mako stepping into this matchup now as well. One of the real goats, one of the goats of his role worldwide all time, and also at the LPL as well. He's been on fantastic form. That bot lane matchup, Jackie and Mako versus Ruler and Missing, that is absolute chef's kiss. I am not going to miss that for the world, Joe.
Yeah, if you're an OMG fan from last year, you're going to be hoping that JDG wins that series, so you get to see Cream versus Aki and Shanji in the lower bracket. That's going to be it from us. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. It's been a pleasure to bring these games to you. I've been Munch. That's been Nightmare, but that's us signing out. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.